Navajo. Colleagues, beforehand, we can send the reports that were provided in written form from Director Mahoja through email. So you can have that time to review as well. We are back on the main motion of reviewing and adopting our agenda. Next in queue, we have Honorable Shauna Antlaw.
Thank you, Deja, Madam Chair Speaker. I just wanted to, my Nulla beat me to the punch, so I was going to add new business first. But at this time, I would also like to acknowledge our Navajo Preparatory students, and then also our sponsor, Miss Denise Jensen, who's originally from Del Muerto, out of my area. So may I get a round of applause for them? Otto Shacheta Cassidy Jones, if he could stand. She's also one of my students from my community. Thank you, Cassidy. And then we have our administrators from Navajo Prep. Shauna, if you could go ahead and stand as well. Thank you. Thank you, Navajo Prep, for being here. And go Eagles. Yeah.
Point of order raised by, just kidding, I think it's a bit too early for that. Thank you, Honorable Tlaw, for recognizing our students who are here with us in the gallery, and also the teachers and also the volunteers at Kehat. Thank you for being here this morning. And we are back on the main motion. We will go to Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. This is to the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Otto, to my colleagues here, I want to offer a third amendment. Yesterday, legislation 0230-23 passed our Resource and Development Committee, and paperwork has been delivered here to Naabik'Iyati and is ready to be added to the agenda. I'd like to add it as item in, as in November. And again, that is legislation 0230-23. As the sponsor, I would like to add this as final authority here at Naabik'Iyati. Thank you, and also to Shada Honorable Claw for recognizing that's where I was leading off to, so certainly want to re-echo Kadosha Shadin Lini Honorable Claw has mentioned in recognizing our Navajo Prep students and staff here. That's my motion on the amendment number 3. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nez. There is an amendment number 3 motion on the floor. That is to add legislation 0230-23 as the new business item I to agenda. Just for clarification, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, it would have been letter N if it was still the agenda, but through amendment number 1, the letters have been renumbered. So once we have fully adopted our agenda, we can send out a new copy. Colleagues, do we have a second? Second by, first, before we go, this is not a part of the agenda, so we'll have Ms. Johnson read that title into the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Legislation tracking number 0230-23, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee, the Resources and Development Committee, and the Naabik'Iyati Committee, amending Exhibit A to Resolution number CJA-01-21 to change the sawmill chapter's 1-ton truck purchase to other equipment. Prime sponsor is Andy Nez. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for reading that title into the record. Colleagues, we do have a second by Honorable Simpson. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments on amendment number 3? Second call. Third call, calling for a vote. It'll be 2 minutes on the board. We do have our votes locked in, and we do have three excused absences. With that, colleagues, we have a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. So amendment number 3 does carry. Colleagues, we are back on the main motion of reviewing and adopting our agenda. Are there any other amendments to our agenda? Second call. Third call. Ms. Johnson, could you do our second reading of our proposed agenda into the record, and then we will go straight into a vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment 1, add new items E, F, G, I, and H to the consent agenda. Delete old business legislation 0080-23. Amendment 2, move reports after the new business. That would be new item 7. Amendment 3 is add legislation 0230-23, and that is new letter I under new business. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, we have 2 minutes on the board to adopt our agenda. We have less than 20 seconds on the board, colleagues. Votes are locked in. This is on the main motion to adopt our agenda. We have 19 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. Thank you, colleagues. We do have an adopted agenda, and we will send that revised version through email, and it will also be posted online. Moving down to number 4, review and adopt the journals for August 15th, 18th, 2023, August 24, 2023, September 5th, 2023. And for the record, these journals were sent out on October 11th, 23 at 8:50 p.m. and also on September 25th, 2023 at 3:39 p.m. and also on September 22nd, 2023 at 9:18 a.m. Colleagues, do we have a motion? Motion by Honorable James, second by Honorable Shauna Entlaw. Colleagues, do we have any questions or comments on our journals? Second call, third call, 2 minutes on the board to adopt our journals. Honorable Damon. For the record, we do have 3 excused absences today. Chair Jesus, Chair Parrish, and Honorable Daniels. The votes are locked in, colleagues. We have a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. So we have adopted our journals, and we will move down to, old business, none. Number 7, new business. A, we have consent agenda, and I will have Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, can we take like a 10-minute recess or maybe less so that we can get the new updated agenda before us before we move on, so we know what the process or what's going to be called next? Thank you. That's my request.
Right, colleagues, there's a request on the floor for a 10-minute recess to get our final agenda. Are there any objections? I don't see any other objections, and that will allow time for staff to do prints. So we will recess at 11:13 a.m. and reconvene at 11:23 a.m. Colleagues, we can do a roll call to reconvene. So please press your request to speak button to answer roll call. In the chambers, we do have Vice Chair Johnson, we have Honorable Crotty, we have Vice Chair Carl Slater. We also have Honorable Tolth, Honorable Curtis Yanito, Honorable Azaret. We also have Honorable So. We do have 3 excused absence from Chair Jesus, Chair Parrish, and Honorable Daniels. Colleagues, we have 18 members on the floor, and we will reconvene at 11:30 a.m. Colleagues, we do have an updated approved agenda. It should be a blue copy, and it should also be in your email. So colleagues, we are down at number 6, new business, A, consent agenda. Ms. Johnson, could you help us read the consent agenda into the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A, consent agenda, legislation tracking number 0226-23, and action relating to the Naabik'Iyati Committee, amending CMY-26-23, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Curtis Yanito's Delegate Region, chapters Mexican Water, Toltacan, Tisnaspas, Aneth, Red Mesa, to include additional projects for this delegate region. Naabik'Iyati Committee is final authority per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Standing Committee Rule number 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0229-23, and action relating to the Naabik'Iyati Committee approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Ricky Nez's Delegate Region, chapters Tisto Sakad, Nehenanezad, Upper Fruitland, Tadekan, Newcomb, San Juan. Prime sponsor is Honorable Ricky Nez. Per Naabik'Iyati Committee is final authority per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Standing Committee Rule number 9. Legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0233-23, and action relating to the Naabik'Iyati Committee amending CJY-53-23 and CAP-20-23, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Nathan Nota's Delegate Region, chapters Coyote Canyon, Mexican Springs, Nashchiti, Tuhachi, Bahasla, to include additional projects for this delegate region. Prime sponsor is Honorable Nathan Nota. Naabik'Iyati Committee is final authority. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, Standing Committee Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0237-23, and action relating to the Naabik'Iyati Committee amending CJY-55-23 and CAP-19-23 and CD-68-22. The Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Andy Nez, PhD, Delegates Region, Chapters Crystal, Fort Defiance, Red Lake Sawmill, to include additional projects for this delegate region. Its prime sponsor is Honorable Andy Nez. The Naabik'Iyati Committee is final authority. Per Navigation Council Rules of Order, Standing Committee Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0216-23, an action relating to the Naabik'Iyati Committee concurring with the Navajo Nation President to accept a donation of $15,000 to the Navajo Nation Boys and Girls Club of Dene Youth from the Boys and Girls Club of America's Native American Endowment Fund. Prime sponsor is Honorable Andy Nez. Co-sponsor is Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Naabik'Iyati Committee is final authority. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Standing Committee Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0220-23, an action relating to the Resources and Development Committee and Naabik'Iyati Committee supporting United States Senate Bill 1898, Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project Plan Amendments Act of 2023. Prime sponsor is Honorable Danny Simpson, co-sponsor Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. Naabik'Iyati Committee is final authority. Per Nomination Council Rules of Order, Standing Committee Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0225-23, an action relating to the Naabik'Iyati Committee concurring with the Navajo Nation President to accept a donation of $2,000 from Williams J. Bartley and a donation of $2,000 from Mose and Mary Meeker to the Office of Navajo Nation Scholarship and Financial Assistance for the benefit of Navajo students pursuing post-secondary education. Prime sponsor is Honorable Seth Damon. This legislation is final authority at Naabik'Iyati Committee. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0228-23, an action relating to the Naabik'Iyati Committee supporting United States Senate Bill S-1751 and House Bill H.R. 4426, Radiation Exposure Compensation Act Amendment of 2023. Prime sponsor is Honorable Amber Canesba-Crotty. Co-sponsor is Honorable Carl R. Slater. This legislation is final authority at Naabik'Iyati Committee. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0235-23, an action relating to the Naabik'Iyati Committee supporting advanced appropriations and mandatory funding for the Indian Health Service. Prime sponsor is Honorable Crystalline Curley. Co-sponsor Honorable Shandine Parrish. This legislation is final authority at Naabik'Iyati Committee. Per Navajo Nation Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0236-23, an action relating to the Naabik'Iyati Committee supporting United States House Bill 2970 and House Resolution 5822, replacing Columbus Day with Indigenous Peoples Day. Prime sponsor is Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. This legislation is final authority at Naabik'Iyati Committee. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0202-23, an action relating to the Law and Order Committee, Resources and Development Committee, Naabik'Iyati Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending Title 26 of the Navajo Nation Code to allow for virtual attendance at chapter meetings. Prime sponsor is Honorable Vince R. James. This legislation moves on to Navajo Nation Council. Legislation 0203-23, an action relating to the Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'Iyati Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the Navajo Nation Procurement Act as 12 NNC Section 201 through Section 207, and amending the Navajo Nation Business Opportunity Act 5 NNC Section 201 through Section 215. Prime sponsor is Honorable Seth Damon. Co-sponsor is Honorable Shandine Parrish. This legislation moves on to Navajo Nation Council. Legislation 021-23, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, the Naabik'Iyati Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, approving $3 million from the CHESN Fund to Navajo Preparatory School for a new student housing building, approving the related expenditure plan. Prime sponsor is Honorable Andy Nez. Co-sponsor Honorable Seth Damon. Co-sponsor Honorable Ricky Nez. This legislation moves on to Nomination Council. Legislation 0232-23, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, the Naabik'Iyati Committee, and the Nomination Council, approving $2,130,804 from the CHSN Fund for Coyote Canyon Rehabilitation Center, Inc. for new modular building and infrastructure, approving the related expenditure plan. Prime sponsor is Honorable Nathan Nota, co-sponsor Honorable Crystalline Curley, co-sponsor Honorable Danny Simpson. This legislation moves on to the Nomination Council. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for reading our consent agenda into the record. Colleagues, this will require a 2/3 vote pursuant to some of the legislation to CAU 13? 2/3 of the, it'd be 2/3 of the members present. So I believe that's about, from the last roll call, it'll be 13 votes. And this is to that resolution CAU-74-23. It's also noted on your agenda. Do we have a motion? Motion by Honorable James, second by Honorable Yanito. Colleagues, consent agenda, we will go straight into a vote, and you have 2 minutes on the board. Honorable Crotty, we are voting on the consent agenda. Colleagues, Honorable Damon. And we do have 3 excused absence, Chair Jesus, Chair Parrish, and also Honorable Daniels. With that, colleagues, I believe we do have the full vote here within the council floor. That is 19 in favor, 0 opposed, with Chair not voting. And 4 of these legislation will move to council session. Colleagues, we are on B, legislation 0208-23, prime sponsor, Honorable Simpson. Ms. Johnson, could we have this legislation read into the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item B, legislation 0208-23, an action relating to the Naabik'Iyati Committee and Nomination Council amending CJY-65-23 and CMY-42-23, the Nomination Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Danny Simpson's Delegate Region, chapters Vicente, Lake Valley, Nahadishkij, Standing Rock, White Rock, Orfano, Nagizi, Crown Point, to include additional projects for this delegate region. Prime sponsor is Honorable Danny Simpson. This legislation moves on to Nomination Council. Madam Chair.
Thank you, colleagues. Colleagues, do we have a motion by Honorable Ricky Nez? Do we have a second by Vice Chair Johnson? Colleagues, I believe there is a call for an amendment. We'll go to request to speak for comments or questions. Was motion by Honorable Ricky Nez, second by Vice Chair Johnson. We are on the main motion, colleagues. Honorable Crotty.
Yate, Shadeja, I'd like to make a motion for the amendments, the two amendments that were emailed out. If our staff can read it into the record, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. We do have a motion for an amendment, and we'll allow some time for staff to put that on the board here, and then I will recognize a second. Okay, colleagues, it's right here. Do you see it? Do you see it on the board? All right, Ms. Johnson, could you help us read amendment number 1 into the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment 1 on page 1, line 1, delete from the word proposed through the end of the word resolution as indicated below and insert as follows. Strike through proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution. New language, underline proposed standing committee resolution. 2 on page 1 from line 23 onto page 2 through line 16. Delete paragraphs A through E and insert new paragraphs as indicated below and insert as follows. Overstrike A, the Navajo Nation Council is the governing body of the Navajo Nation. 2 NNC section 102A. B, the Naabik'Iyati Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council with the delegated responsibility to hear proposed resolutions that require final authority by the Navajo Nation Council. 2 NNC section 164A9. C, Navajo Nation Council Resolution number CJN-29-22, incorporated herein by reference, mandates that Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund, FRF, NNFRF Delegate Region project plans be approved by Navajo Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A and 2 NNC Sections 105C, 10, 11, and 12. D, Navajo Nation Council Resolution number CMY-42-23, herein by reference mandates the amendments to the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Plan for Honorable Danny Simpson Delegate Region, Chapters Vicente, Lake Valley, Nahadishkish, Standing Rock, White Rock, Huerfano, Nagizi, Crown Point, be approved by the Navajo Nation Council Resolution and signed into law by the President of the Nahua Nation pursuant to 2 NNC 164A17 and 2 NNC Sections 105C, 10, 11, and 12. E, Nahua Nation Council Resolution Number CJY-65-23, herein by reference mandates that amendments to the Nahua Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Danny Simpson's Delegate Region, Chapters Vicente, Lake Valley, Nahadishkish, Standing Rock, White Rock, Huerfano, Nagizi, Crown Point be approved by the Nahua Nation Council Resolution and signed into law by the President of the Nahua Nation pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A17 and 2 NNC Sections 105C, 10, 11, and 12. New language, underline A, the Nahua Nation Committee, the Naabik'Iyati Committee is established as a standing committee of the Nahua Nation Council, 2 NNC Section 700A. B, the Nahua Nation Council Resolution Number CJN-29-22, as amended by CAU-74-23, mandates that Fiscal Recovery Fund and NFRF Delegate Region project plans be approved by 2/3 vote of the nomination of the Naabik'Iyati Committee members in attendance. C, Nahua Nation Council Resolution Number CMY-42-23, included and incorporated herein by reference, mandated that amendments to the Nahua Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Danny Simpson's Delegate Region, Chapters Vicente, Lake Valley, Nahadishkish, Standing Rock, White Rock, Huerfano, Nagizi, Crown Point be approved by a Nahua Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Nahua Nation pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A17 and 2 NNC Sections 105C, 10, 11, and 12. D, the Nahua Nation Council Resolution Number CJY-65-23, included and incorporated herein by reference, mandated that amendments to the Nahua Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Danny Simpson's Delegate Region, Chapters Vicente, Lake Valley, Nahadishkish, Standing Rock, White Rock, Huerfano, Nagizi, Crown Point, be approved by a Nahua Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Nahua Nation pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A17 and 2 NNC Sections 105C, 10, 11, and 12. E, the Nahua Nation Council Resolution Number CAU-74-23, which amended CJN-29-22 and CJY-41-22, included and incorporated herein by, should be 23, and incorporated herein by reference delegated the Naabik'Iyati Committee as the final approval authority for delegate region project plans funded through the Nahua Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds. End of new language. 3, on page 3 from line 3 through line 13, delete paragraph B through subsection 1 and insert new paragraph B in subsection 1 as indicated below and inserts as follows. Overstrike B, CJN-29-22. Section 3 states in part and among other things that 1, the Nahua Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF chapter and chapter projects expenditure plan from the Nahua Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $211,256,148 to be divided equally between the 24 delegate regions in the amount of $8,802,340 per delegate region, and allocated through delegate region project plans approved by the Nahua Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Nahua Nation, CN 29-22, Section 3B. New language, underline B, CJN-29-22 as amended by CAU-74-23. Section 3 now states in part and among other things that 1, the Nahua Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF chapter and chapter projects expenditure plan from the Nahua Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $211,256,148 to be divided equally between the 24 delegate regions in the amount of $8,802,240 per delegate region, and allocated through delegate region project plans approved by 2/3 vote of the Naabik'Iyati Committee members in attendance. C, CJN 29-22 as amended by CAU 74-23, Section 3B. End of new language. 4, on page 5, line 5, insert a new paragraph as indicated below and insert as follows. New language. G, underline the Navajo Nation Council Resolution Number CAU-74-23, an action relating to the Naabik'Iyati Committee and the Navajo Nation Council amending Council Resolution CJY-41-21 and CJN-29-22, delegating the Naabik'Iyati Committee as the final approval authority for delegate region project plans funded through the Navajo Nation's Fiscal Recovery Fund, was signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation on September 6, 2023. H, new paragraph H, CJN 29-22, as amended by CAU 74-23, Section 3, now states in part and among other things that 1, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF chapter and chapter projects expenditure plan for the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $211,256,148 to be divided equally between the 24 delegate regions and in the amount of $8,802,340 per delegate region and allocated through delegate region project plans approved by 2/3 vote of the Naabik'Iyati committees in members in attendance. See CJN 29-22 as amended by CAU-74-23, Section 3B. End of new language. 5, on page 6, line 3, delete from the word amendments through the end of the sentence as indicated below and insert as follows. Overstrike amendments to this legislation or to the delegate region project plan approved herein shall only be adopted by a resolution of the Navajo Nation Council and approval of the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 NNC 1 Section 164A17 and 2 NNC Sections 105, 1005, C, 10, 11, and 12. And overstrike, new language, underscore, amendments to this legislation or to the delegate region project plan approved herein shall only be adopted and approved by resolution of the Naabik'Iyati Committee, and underline. 6, on page 6, line 9, delete the word this legislation through the end of the sentence as indicated below and insert as follows. Overstrike, this legislation shall be effective upon its approval pursuant to 2 NNC Section 221B, 2 NNC Section 164A17, and 2 NNC Sections 1005, C, 10, 11, and 12. And overstrike, new language, underline. This legislation shall be effective upon its approval pursuant to 2/3 vote of the Naabik'Iyati Committee members in attendance. And new language. 7, delete Exhibit A and insert new Exhibit A attached herein. 8, add DOJ eligibility review and Appendix A for the following FRF eligible projects. 1, Crown Point Chapter Head Start Educational Assistance Program, and 2, Nagizi Chapter Chaco Canyon Excavada Power Line Project, each attached herein to the end of Exhibit A. 9, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical or technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for reading amendment number 1 into the record. Colleagues, do we have a second? Second by Honorable Shauna Ann Plough. We do have Honorable Simpson, who raised his hand earlier for a request to speak. Oh, just waves. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments? Amendment number 1. Second call. Third call. 2 minutes on the board to vote on amendment number 1. Honorable Simpson votes green. We have less than 1 minute on the board. Honorable Damon. And we do have 3 excused absences. Colleagues, that is the full vote here from the council floor. We have a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. And we are back on the main motion, colleagues. We do have a motion by Honorable Ricky Inez, second by Vice Chair Johnson. Colleagues, are there any other additional comments or question on the main motion? Second call. Third call. Colleagues, we would have to do another second reading before we go into a vote. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 1, on page 1, line 1, delete the word proposed through the end of the word resolution as indicated below and insert as follows. Overstrike proposed Now Nation Council resolution. New language underline proposed standing committee resolution. On page 1 from line 23 onto page 2 through line 16, delete paragraphs A through E and insert new paragraphs as indicated below and insert as follows. Overstrike A, the Now Nation Council is the governing body of the Now Nation Council. 2 NNC section 102A. B, the Naabik'Iyati committee is a standing committee of the Now Nation Council with delegated responsibility to hear proposed resolutions that require final action by the Now Nation Council. 2 NNC section 164A9. C, Now Nation Council resolution number CJN-29-22 incorporated herein by reference mandates that Now Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund, now NNFRF Delegate Region project plans be approved by Now Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Now Nation pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A and 2 NNC sections 1005C, 10, 11, and 12. D, the Now Nation Council resolution number CMY-42-23 herein by reference mandates that amendments to the Now Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Danny Simpson's Delegate Region Chapters Vicente, Lake Valley, Nahadishkish, Standing Rock, White Rock, Orfano, Nagizi, Crown Point be approved by a Now Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Now Nation pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC sections 1005C, 10, 11, and 12. E, Now Nation Council resolution number CJY-65-23 herein by reference mandates that amendments to the Now Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Danny Simpson's Delegate Region Chapters Vicente, Lake Valley, Nahadishkish, Standing Rock, White Rock, Orfano, Nagizi, Crown Point be approved by the Now Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Now Nation pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC sections 1005C, 10, 11, and 12. And overstrike new language underline A, the Naabik'Iyati committee is established as a standing committee of the Now Nation Council. 2 NNC section 700A. B, the Now Nation Council resolution number CJN-29-22 as amended by CAU 74-23 mandates that Fiscal Recovery Fund NNFRF Delegate Region project plans be approved by 2/3 vote of the Naabik'Iyati committee members in attendance. C, Now Nation Council resolution number CMY-42-23 included and incorporated herein by reference mandated that amendments to the Now Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Danny Simpson's Delegate Region Chapters Vicente, Lake Valley, Nahadishkish, Standing Rock, White Rock, Orfano, Nagizi, Crown Point be approved by the Now Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Now Nation pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC sections 1005C, 10, 11, and 12. D, Now Nation Council resolution number CJY-65-23 included and incorporated herein by reference mandated that amendments to the Now Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Danny Simpson's Delegate Region Chapters Vicente, Lake Valley, Nahadishkish, Standing Rock, White Rock, Orfano, Nagizi, Crown Point be approved by a Now Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A17 and 2 NNC Sections 1005C, 10, 11, and 12. E, Navajo Nation Council Resolution Number CAU 74-23, which amended CJN 29-22 and CJY-41-22, included and incorporated herein by reference, delegated the Naabik'Iyati Committee as the final approval authority for delegate region project plans funded through nomination fiscal recovery funds. End of new language. Page 3 from line 3 through line 13, delete paragraph B through subsection 1 and insert new paragraph B in subsection 1 as indicated below and insert as follows. Overstrike B CJN-29-22, Section 3 states in part and among other things that 1. The Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF chapter and chapter projects expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $211,256,148 to be divided equally between 24 delegate regions in the amount of $8,802,340 per delegate region and allocated through delegate region project plans approved by the Navajo Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation, C CJN-29-22, Section 3B, and overstrike new language B CJN-29-22 as amended by CAU-74-23. Section 3 now states in part and among other things that 1. The Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF chapter and chapter projects expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $211,256,148 to be divided equally between the 24 delegate regions in the amount of $8,802,340 per delegate region and allocated through delegate region project plans approved by 2/3 vote of the Naabik'Iyati Committee members in attendance. C CJN-29-22 as amended by CAU-74-23 Section 3B and new language. 4. On page 5, line 5, insert a new paragraph as indicated below and insert as follows. New language. G, the Navajo Nation Council Resolution Number CAU 74-23, an action related to the Naabik'Iyati Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, amending Council Resolution CJY 74-21 and CJN-29-22, delegated the Naabik'Iyati Committee as the final authority approval for delegate region project plans funded through the Navajo Nation's fiscal recovery funds as signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation on September 6, 2023. H CJN-29-22 as amended by CAU-74-23, Section 3 now states in part and among other things that 1. The Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF chapter and chapter projects expenditure plan for the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $211,256,148 to be divided equally between the 24 delegate regions in the amount of $8,802,340 per delegate region and allocated through delegate region project plans approved by 2/3 vote of the Naabik'Iyati Committee members in attendance. C CJN-29-22 as amended by CAU-74-23, Section 3B, end of new language. 5, on page 6, line 3, delete the word amendments through the end of the sentence as indicated below and insert as follows. Overstrike amendments to this legislation or to the delegate region project plan approved herein shall only be adopted by resolution of the Navajo Nation Council and approval of the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 NNC Sections 164A-17 and 2 NNC Sections 1005C, 10, 11, and 12. And overstrike new language, underline amendments to this legislation or to the delegate region project plans approved herein shall only be adopted and approved by resolution of the Naabik'Iyati Committee, and underline. 6, on page 6, line 9, delete the word this legislation through the end of the sentence as indicated below and insert as follows. This legislation shall be this legislation shall be effective upon its approval pursuant to 2 NNC Section 221B, Section 2 NNC Section 164A17, and 2 NNC Sections 1005C, 10, 11, and 12. And overstrike new language. This legislation shall be effective upon its approval pursuant to 2/3 vote of the Naabik'Iyati Committee members in attendance. And underline. 7, delete A and insert new Exhibit A attached herein. 8, add DOJ eligibility review and Appendix A for the following FRF eligible projects. 1, Crown Point Chapter Head Start Educational Assistance Project, and 2, Nagizi Chapter Chaco Canyon Excavada Power Line Project, each attached herein to the end of Exhibit A. 9, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for doing our second reading. Colleagues, we are going straight to a vote. I did call for a second or any request to speak, and we did do the second reading, so we'll do a vote. 2 minutes on the board. This is on the main motion, colleagues. And in parentheses, way at the bottom, it does require a 2/3 vote pursuant to resolution CAU-74-23. That's 2/3 of the delegates that are present here today. Less than 40 seconds on the board, colleagues. Honorable Simonson votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, Honorable Otto So. Honorable So votes green. Colleague, that is the full vote here within the council chamber. We have a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. Colleagues, we are now on legislation 0215-23, primary sponsor, Honorable George Tolth. Ms. Johnson, could you help us read the title into the record, and then we will recognize a motion and a second.
Madam Chair, members of the Naabik'Iyati Committee, item C, legislation 0215-23, an action relating to the Naabik'Iyati Committee and Navajo Nation Council, amending CJY-67-23, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegated Region Project Plan for Honorable George H. Tolth's Delegate Region, chapters Little Water, Pueblo Pintado, Torreon, White Horse Lake, Baca, Pruitt, Casimiro Lake, Ojo Encino, Councilor, to include additional projects for this delegate region. Prime sponsor is Honorable George H. Tolth. This legislation is final authority with Naabik'Iyati Committee. Moves on to Navajo Nation Council. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, do we have a motion? Motion by Honorable James, second. Second by Honorable Yanito. Colleagues, there is a request for an amendment on this legislation, so I'm going to go to Honorable Crotty. This is on the main motion.
Yate, Shadeja, thank you, Shiaj, for your legislation. I'd like to motion the amendment that you're requesting. Thank you.
We will put that amendment number 1 on the board, and then I will recognize a second after Ms. Johnson reads that into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment 1. 1, on page 1, line 1, delete the word proposed through the end of the word resolution as indicated below and insert as follows. Overstrike proposed nomination council resolution and overstrike new language, underline proposed standing committee resolution and underline. 2, on page 1, from line 23 onto page 2 through line 9, delete paragraphs A through D and insert new paragraphs as indicated below and insert as follows. Overstrike A, the nomination council is the governing body of the nomination. 2, NNC 1, section 102A. B, the Naabik'Iyati committee is a standing committee of the nomination council with the delegated responsibility to hear proposed resolutions that require final action by the nomination council. 2, NNC section 164A9. C, nomination council resolution number CJN-29-22, incorporated herein by reference, mandates the nomination fiscal recovery fund and an FRF delegate region project plans be approved by a nomination council resolution and signed into law by the president of the nomination pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A and 2 NNC sections 1005C, 10, 11, and 12. D, the nomination council resolution number CJY-67-23, herein by reference mandates that amendments to the nomination fiscal recovery fund delegate region project plan for Honorable George H. Tolles delegate region chapters Little Water, Pueblo Pintado, Torreon, Whitehorse Lake, Baca, Pruitt, Casimiro Lake, Ojo Encino councilor be approved by a nomination council resolution and signed into law by the president of the nomination pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC sections 1005C, 10, 11, and 12. And overstrike new language A, the Naabik'Iyati committee is established as a standing committee of the nomination council. 2 NNC section 700A. B, the nomination council resolution number CJN-29-22 as amended by CAU-74-23 mandates that fiscal recovery fund and NFRF delegate region project plans be approved by 2/3 vote of the Naabik'Iyati committee members in attendance. C, the nomination council resolution number CJ-67-23 included and incorporated herein by reference mandated that amendments to the nomination fiscal recovery fund delegate region plan project plan for Honorable George H. Tolles delegate region chapters Little Water, Pueblo Pintado, Torreon, Whitehorse Lake, Baca, Pruitt, Casimiro Lake, Ojo Encino councilor be approved by a nomination council resolution and signed into law by the president of the nomination pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC sections 1005C, 10, 11, and 12. D, the Navajo Nation Council Resolution Number CAU-74-23, which amended CJN-29-22 and CJY-41-22, included and incorporated herein by reference, delegated the Naabik'Iyati Committee as final approval authority for delegate region project plans funded through Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds, and underline. 3, on page 2 from line 26 onto page 3 through line 6, delete paragraph B through subsection 1 and insert new paragraph B and subsection 1 as indicated below and insert as follows. B, overstrike B, CJN-29-22, section 3 states in part and among other things that 1, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF chapter and chapter project expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $211,256,148 to be divided equally between the 24 delegate regions in the amount of $8,802,340 per delegate region and allocated through delegate region project plans approved by Navajo Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation. See CJN 29-22, Section 3B. And overstrike, new language B, CJN-29-22 as amended by CAU-74-23, Section 3 now states in part and among other things that 1, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF chapter and chapter project expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $211,256,148 to be divided equally between the 24 delegate regions in the amount of $8,802,340 per delegate region and allocated through delegate region project plans approved by 2/3 vote of Naabik'Iyati committee members in attendance. See CJN-29-22 as amended by CAU-74-23, Section 3B, and underline. 4, on page 4, line 14, insert a new paragraph as indicated below and insert as follows. New language, underline. E, the Navajo Nation Council Resolution Number CAU-74-23, an action relating to the Naabik'Iyati Committee and Navajo Nation Council amending Council Resolution CJY-41-21 and CJN-29-22, delegating the Naabik'Iyati Committee as the final approval authority for delegate region project plans funded through the Navajo Nation's fiscal recovery funds as signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation on September 6, 2023. F, CJN-29-22 as amended by CAU-74-23, Section 3 now states in part and among other things that 1, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the FRF chapter and chapter projects expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $211,256,148 to be divided equally between the 24 delegate regions in the amount of $8,802,340 per delegate region and allocated through delegate region project plans approved by 2/3 vote of the Naabik'Iyati committee members in attendance. CJN-29-22 as amended by CAU-74-23, Section 3B, and underline. 5, on page 5, line 12, delete the word amendments through the end of the sentence as indicated below and insert as follows. Overstrike amendments to this legislation or to the delegate region project plans approved herein shall only be adopted by a resolution of the Navajo Nation Council and approval of the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A17 and 2 NNC Sections 1005C, 10, 11, and 12, and overstrike new language underline amendments to this legislation or to the delegate region project plan approved herein shall only be adopted and approved by resolution of the Naabik'Iyati Committee, and underline. 6, on page 5, line 18, delete from the word this legislation through the end of the sentence as indicated below and insert as follows. Overstrike this legislation shall be effective upon its approval pursuant to 2 NNC Section 221B, 2 NNC Section 164A17, and 2 NNC Sections 1005C, 10, 11, and 12, and overstrike, new language, underline, this legislation shall be effective upon its approval pursuant to 2/3 vote of the Naabik'Iyati committee members in attendance, and underline. 7, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as is necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for reading amendment number 1 into the record. Colleagues, do we have a second? Second by Honorable Shauna Ann Plough. Colleagues, do we have any questions or comments on amendment number 1? Second call. Third call. We go to a vote on amendment number 1. 2 minutes on the board. Honorable Tolt, votes green. Less than 1 minute on the board, colleagues. Twenty more seconds on the board, colleagues. This is for amendment number 1. Honorable Damon, Honorable So. Votes are locked in, colleagues. We have a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and with chair not voting. Amendment number 1 does carry. And we are back on the main motion, colleagues. We do have a motion and a second in place. Are there any other additional comments or questions? Second call. Third call. Ms. Johnson, can you do our second reading? And then we will go into a vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment 1 on page 1, line 1, delete from the word proposed and through the end of the word resolution as indicated below and insert as follows. Strike through proposed Now Nation Council resolution and overstrike new language, underline proposed standing committee resolution and underline. 2 on page 1 from line 23 onto page 2 through line 9. Delete paragraphs A through D and insert new paragraphs as indicated below and insert as follows. Overstrike. A, the Now Nation Council is the governing body of the Now Nation. 2 NNC section 102A. B, the Naabik'Iyati Committee is a standing committee of the Now Nation Council with the delegated responsibility to hear proposed resolutions that require final action by the Now Nation Council. 2 NNC with section 164A9. C, the Now Nation Council Resolution Number CJN-29-22 incorporated herein by reference mandates that Navajo Nation Council Fiscal Recovery Fund NNFRF Delegate Region Project Plans be approved by Navajo Nation Council Resolution and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A and 2 NNC Sections 1005C, 10, 11, and 12. D, Navajo Nation Council Resolution Number CJY-67-23 herein by reference mandates that amendments to the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable George H. Tolles, Delegate Region Chapters Little Water, Pueblo Pintado, Torreon, Whitehorse Lake, Baca Pruitt, Casamaro Lake, Ojo Encino, Councilor, be approved by a Navajo Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 NNC 1, Section 164A17 and 2 NNC Sections 1005C, 10, 11, and 12. End over strike, new language. A, the Naabik'Iyati Committee is established as a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2 NNC Section 700A. B, the Navajo Nation Council Resolution Number CJN-29-22 as amended by CAU-74-23 mandates that the Fiscal Recovery Fund NNFRF Delegate Region Project Plans be approved by 2/3 vote of the Naabik'Iyati committee members in attendance. C, Navajo Nation Council Resolution Number CJY 67-23 included and incorporated herein by reference mandated that amendments to the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable George H. Tolles, Delegate Region, Chapters Little Water, Pueblo Pintado, Torreon, Whitehorse Lake, Baca Pruitt, Casamaro Lake, Ojo Encino, Councilor, be approved by a Navajo Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A17 and 2 NNC Sections 1005C, 10, 11, and 12. D, Navajo Nation Council Resolution Number CAU-74-23, which amended CJN-29-22 and CJY-41-22, included and incorporated herein by reference delegated the Naabik'Iyati Committee as the final approval authority for delegate region project plans funded through the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds, and underline 3 on page 2 from line 26 onto page 3 through line 6. Delete paragraph B through subsection 1 and insert new paragraph B in subsection 1 as indicated below and insert as follows. Overstrike B, CJN-29-22. Section 3 states in part and among other things that 1, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF chapter and chapter projects expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $211,256,148 to be divided equally between the 24 delegate regions in the amount of $8,802,340 per delegate region and allocated through delegate region project plans approved by Navajo Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation. See CJN 29-22 Section 3B. And overstrike new language. B, underline CJN 29-22 as amended by CAU-74-23 Section 3 now states in part and among other things that 1, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF chapter and chapter projects expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $211,256,148 to be divided equally between the 24 delegate regions in the amount of $8,802,340 per delegate region and allocated through delegate project plans approved by 2/3 vote of the Naabik'Iyati Committee members in attendance. See CJN-22-29 as amended by CAU-74-23 Section 3B and underline B. 4 on page 4, line 14. Insert a new paragraph as indicated below and insert as follows. New language, underline E, the Navajo Nation Council Resolution Number CAU-74-23, an action relating to the Naabik'Iyati Committee and Navajo Nation Council amending Council Resolution CJY-41-21 and CJN-29-22 delegated the Naabik'Iyati Committee as the final approval authority for delegate region project plans funded through the Navajo Nation's Fiscal Recovery Funds was signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation on September 6, 2023. CJN-29-22 as amended by CAU-74-23. Section 3 now states in part and among other things that 1. The Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF chapter and chapter projects expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $211,256,148 to be divided equally between the 24 delegate regions in the amount of $8,802,340 per delegate region, and allocated through delegate region project plans approved by 2/3 vote of the Naabik'Iyati committee members in attendance. See CJN-29-22 as amended by CAU-74-23, Section 3B, and underline. 5, on page 5, line 12, delete from the word amendments through the end of the sentence as indicated below and insert as follows. Overstrike amendments to this legislation or to the delegate region project plan approved herein shall only be adopted by a resolution of the Navajo Nation Council and an approval of the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 NNC 160, Section 164A17 and 2 NNC Sections 1005C, 10, 11, and 12, and overstrike new language underline amendments to this legislation or to the delegate region project plan approved herein shall only be adopted and approved by resolution of the Naabik'Iyati committee, and underline. 6, on page 5, line 18, delete the word this legislation through the end of this sentence as indicated below, insert as follows. Overstrike this legislation shall be effective upon its approval pursuant to 2 NNC Section 221B, 2 NNC Section 164A17 and 2 NNC Sections 1005C, 10, 11, and 12, and overstrike new language underline this legislation shall be effective upon its approval pursuant to 2/3 vote of the Naabik'Iyati committee members in attendance, and underline. 7, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language and any other committee or council amendment. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for doing the second reading. Colleagues, we will have 2 minutes on the board. This is on the main motion vote. And it will require 2/3 vote of the delegates present here in the chambers. Honorable Todd votes green. Honorable Damon. Honorable Otoso. Thank you, colleagues. We do have the full vote here within the chambers. That is a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. So the main motion carries. Colleagues, we are on new business D. Thank you, students, again, and may you travel back safely back to school, and thank you for visiting. We are on new business D, legislation 0227-23. Primary sponsor, Honorable Crotty. She is here with us. Ms. Johnson, could you help us read the title into the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item D, legislation 0227-23, an action relating to the Naabik'Iyati Committee, amending CAU-75-23 and CJY-57-23 and CD-67-22, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Annenberg, Naabik'Iyati's Delegate Region, Chapters Cove, Totolina, 2 Gray Hills, Red Valley, Toholskoy, Tealnaostie, Bekabetho, Gadiahe, Tolkoe, to include additional projects for this delegate region. Prime sponsor is Honorable Amber Naabik'Iyati. Co-sponsor is Honorable Carl R. Slater. Now, the Naabik'Iyati Committee is final authority. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9, the legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Do we have a motion on the floor? Motion by Honorable Simpson, second by Honorable Arvizo. Colleagues, there is a call for an amendment. There we have Honorable Helena Naabik'Iyati. Honorable Helena Naabik'Iyati.
I motion for amendment, or one amendment.
Thank you, Honorable Helena Naabik'Iyati. That amendment number 1 is in the email, and we will pull that up first, and we will read that into the record. Then I will recognize a second. Ms. Johnson, could you help us read amendment number 1 into the record?
Madam Chair, this is Amendment 1. 1, delegate, problem, okay. 1, delete Exhibit A and insert new Exhibit A attached herein. 2, add DOJ eligibility review and Appendix A for the following FRF eligible projects. 1, Totolina 2 Gray Hills chapters purchase of John Deere motor grader 772G/GP project. 2, Totolina 2 Gray Hills chapters purchase of John Deere bulldozer 850 with Ripper project. And 3, Totolina 2 Gray Hills chapter residential bathrooms renovation project, each attached herein to the end of Exhibit A. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, do we have a second for amendment number 1? Second by Honorable Toll. Colleagues, do we have any questions or comments on the amendment number 1? Second call. Third call. 2 minutes on the board to vote on amendment number 1. Honorable Crotty votes green. We have 45 more seconds on the board. Honorable Damon, Honorable Simpson, Vice Chair Slater votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Colleagues, we do have the vote here from the floor. We have 17 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. So amendment number 1 carries. Colleagues, we are back on the main motion. Any comments or questions? Second call. Third call. Ms. Johnson, could we get our second reading and then we will go into a vote?
Amendment 1, delete Exhibit A and insert new Exhibit A attached herein. 2, add DOJ eligibility review and Appendix A for the following FRF eligible projects. 1, Totalina 2 Gray Hills chapters purchase of John Deere motor grader 772G/GP project. 2, Totalina 2 Gray Hills chapter purchase of John Deere bulldozer 850 with ripper project. And 3, Totalina 2 Gray Hills chapter residential bathrooms renovation project, each attached herein to the end of Exhibit A. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustments of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, 2 minutes on the board, and this is for the main motion. And it will require 2/3 vote of the council in attendance. Honorable Karate votes green. Colleagues, we have less than 1 minute on the board. Honorable Helena Nesbigay, Honorable Damon, Vice Chair Carl Slater, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Helena Nesbigay. Honorable Helena Nesbigay votes green. Thank you, colleagues. That is the full vote here from the floor. We have 19 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. The main motion carries. Colleagues, we are on new business letter E, legislation 0139-23. Primary sponsor, Honorable Seth Damon. Co-sponsor, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. So we do have the co-sponsor here today. Ms. Johnson, could you help us read the title into the record? And then we will recognize a motion in a second.
Madam Chair, members of the Naabik'Iyati Committee, item E, legislation 0139-23, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'Iyati Committees, and the Nomination Council, repealing 9 NNC Section 2C of the Diné Marriage Act of 2005 to uniformly recognize all marriages within the Navajo Nation, and amending other provisions in Title IX of the Navajo Nation Code related to marriage within the Navajo Nation. Prime sponsor is Honorable Seth Damon, co-sponsor is Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. You have a committee report from the Health, Education, Human Services Committee dated July 26 with a do pass and no amendment. Committee report from the Law and Order Committee dated August 28 with a do not pass and no amendment. Committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee dated September 11, 2023 with a do pass and no amendment. This legislation moves on to Navajo Nation Council. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, do we have a motion on the legislation? Motion by Vice Chair Slater. Do we have a second? Second by Dr. Andy Ness. Colleagues, do we have any comments or questions? If so, raise your hand or press request to speak. Second call. We do have a request to speak, and we will give the co-sponsor 20 minutes for a presentation. Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. I hope my agent is on the line. I bring before you legislation number 0139-23, which is a legislation that repeals 2 Navajo Nation Code, Section 2C of the Marriage Act of 2005, to uniformly recognize all marriage within the Navajo Nation and amending other provisions in Title IX of the Navajo Nation Code related to marriage within the Navajo Nation. Colleagues, the legislation is before you. This day has come. It's been a long-awaited day. This legislation was introduced during the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Unfortunately, we did run out of time and we were not able to vote on the legislation. However, the legislation sits before you at this time. The legislation recognizes all marriages within the Navajo Nation. I will point out that this legislation is not requiring churches to conduct marriage ceremonies. It is not asking churches to recognize. It is asking our government to recognize marriage between those of the same sex. There used to be a strong religious conviction about this legislation, or there is a strong religious conviction about this legislation, but I want to remind my colleagues that at one time, we also had those strong religious convictions when it came to divorce. It was seen, divorce, by many churches as a negative mark against a person and their soul. We have come a long ways since that time, and we have adjusted to the idea, to the notion, and to the action of divorce. We used to also have a strong conviction about marrying non-Navajos. I think many of us in here can attest to being told by our elders, you don't do that. There's ceremonies against those types of actions. And in fact, that's still, in some homes, still encouraged. Another strong conviction. We also recognize marriage between individuals who have not actually applied for a marriage license, and we recognize those as common law marriages. Again, there was another strong religious conviction to the way that common law marriages were accepted and the way that it was practiced. All three have changed. And now today, we accept divorce, we accept marrying of non-Navajos, and we accept common law marriage. We're not asking our churches to conduct marriage ceremonies. We're not asking them to change their beliefs. We are simply asking the Navajo Nation government to recognize the rights between two individuals who are married. Some of those rights are rights to property. When two people come together, they come together because they love each other. Well, in some cases, they might be put together before that love is found. And I can say proudly that that's me and my husband. Our marriage was somewhat arranged, and here we are 27 years later, still together. This right that we are recognizing today extends to the right of making decisions, some of which include medical decisions. During the 24th Navajo Nation Council, many of us were contacted because there were so many deaths occurring on Navajo as a result of COVID. There were a lot of last-minute or decisions regarding death and funeral arrangements that were not recognized. And in fact, you still see that today. We currently don't recognize marriage between same-sex, and by doing so, we don't apply all laws that are related to recognizing marriage. Some of those laws that are currently in place in the Navajo Nation are the anti-nepotism laws. During the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we were informed of relationships that were happening between boss and secretary who were married but who were of the same sex, but because we don't recognize same-sex marriage, there was nothing that the Navajo Nation could do in enforcing its anti-nepotism laws. We also, in not recognizing marriage between the same sex, we also don't recognize the safety that's afforded to those who are in same-sex marriages. We don't afford them the same right. We are now 20 years behind what was passed at the federal level. In 2015, there was a Supreme Court case, Obergefell versus Hodges, where the Supreme Court of the United States ruled that the right to marry is a fundamental right inherent in the liberty of the person, and under the due process and equal protection clauses of the 14th Amendment, couples of the same sex may not be deprived of that right and that liberty. The sovereignty that we currently hold here in the Navajo Nation gives us the right to recognize whether we are going to, again, recognize that right. I come before you at this time as co-sponsor of this legislation, and I ask that we recognize this right for all individuals so that we can create a healthy, balanced environment where we accept that love is love. I do have two agents, and I'm hoping that they are both on the line. We have Dr. Jennifer Dinetdale, who is the chairwoman of the Human Rights Commission, and Josie Ralphalito, who is a Navajo living in New York. And we also have Alray Nelson, the executive director of the Navajo Nation Pride, who serve as my agents. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to call upon Dr. Jennifer Dinetdale, chairwoman of the Human Rights Commission. I believe that she is online at this time, if you'll allow me that opportunity.
Dr. Dinetdale, if you are with us through Zoom, you have the floor.
Oh, I'm here.
You have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Dr. Dinetdale.
Oh, okay. I'm going to go ahead and speak now. Delegate Charles Newton for the introduction and for the sponsoring this legislation. Jennifer Dinetdale and she. Logan Shlon, she I am a voting citizen on the Navajo Nation, and my chapter is Tohatchi. I'm delighted to speak in support of this legislation, and I urge your vote to repeal the Dene Marriage Act of 2005. I have come before committees of the Navajo Nation on this matter for the previous years. I am happy to see the persistence of council delegates who have a conviction that our LGBTQI2 spirit must have equal rights and treatment as any other Dene citizen. And I hope that the committee and the council will do what is simply the right thing to do, repeal the Dene Marriage Act. As a feminist historian who has spent over 30 years studying our history with attention to women's leadership and to gender roles, I came upon the presence of our non-binary gendered relatives, whose history and our stories tell us have always been among us. Over the years, I have listened carefully to their stories and learned of who they are, which many express as natural as those of us who are cisgender. We name ourselves as feminine and masculine as it is determined by our biology. Unfortunately, who our non-binary relatives are does not fit with their biology, and they often face discrimination as a result. I was sympathetic to their concerns and learned about the discriminations they suffered and continue to suffer because of who they are. Even though the Navajo Nation passed the Dene Marriage Act in 2005, our relatives who do not seem to conform to the prevailing view about what is normative, what seems to be the natural order, insist they belong to us, to our families, our kinship network, and our nation, and I agree with them. My years as a scholar of Dene studies taught me that traditionally Dene acknowledged more than two genders, and this is reflected in our creation narratives about the Nutle, who brought together the men and women when they had an argument. I asked my late father, Frank Nez, who was the healer in the NAC tradition, and who followed Dene ceremonies and prayers about the Nutle in our creation stories, and explained to him how our relatives today draw upon this figure to support who they are as our non-binary relatives. As my dad told me about the Nutle and how they had once been respected in our kin, his voice changed to express his appreciation for them, for they are said to be the mediators and negotiators in our communities. Nutle were skilled at many things, including weaving and holding sacred ceremonial knowledge. Today, in our times, our LGBTQ spirit look to this story about the Nutle to affirm their place in our families and communities. In my work as an educator and researcher, I recognize that our relatives experience discrimination of multiple kinds from their own families who sometimes abandon them. They experience hatred in our school system and in our cities. I learned that grandparents are often the ones who accept their grandchildren who are gender different. I've been told many times by our young LGBTQI2 spirit that they find acceptance from parents. This is an important point because elders make the connection between narratives about their grandchildren. Many of them understood that we once acknowledged more than two genders. The legislation before you does not change or alter Navajo Nation code regarding marriage between a man and a woman. Neither does it challenge or change the belief that marriage is sacred. Rather, the legislation affirms the rights of all citizens, including those who express a different gender identity. By revising the marriage code, the legislation allows for the rights of all our citizens to be protected. They will have the protections and the rights that many of us who are heterosexual take for granted, such as the right to what we take as entitlements that come with marriage, such as health benefits, access to spaces reserved for couples who are heterosexual. Their families will enjoy the resources of the Navajo Nation that other citizens enjoy. It's time to move beyond declarations that the council is not tasked with changing this code. In 2005, your body made it council business with the Dene Marriage Act, and it did not do so by referendum. A council delegate submitted a resolution. Today, as the council had done since it was formed as the legislating body of the Navajo Nation, it attended to legislation regarding marriage and family. These issues have been addressed and put into code by the council. It is now before you to address the resolution to repeal the Dene Marriage Act of 2005, and I urge you to do so as an act of good faith, that you respect and honor all of our relatives regardless of their gender identity. It's time to affirm the rights of all our citizens to live happy and prosperous. Thank you very much for giving me the time to make this statement on behalf.
It's 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Jamie, can you click on P2? P2, it's right in the middle. Micro, right there.
Thank you for that, Dr. Danette Dale. And colleagues, I would like to end by stating that if you look at the legislation itself within the Navajo Nation Code does state under Title IX, Domestic Relations, Chapter 1, Marriage, it does state Section 4, Methods of Contracting Marriage. A marriage license is simply a contract between two individuals which defines their rights. If you look at the legislation, the rights that are being recognized are property rights and liability. Property rights are self-explanatory. Liability includes liability of debt, liability of community debt, and then also the legal the collection of debt. So at this time, colleagues, I'm asking that you recognize the rights that are afforded to those who enter into a marriage who are of the same sex, and give them the right that they deserve, the right that has been granted to them 20 years ago off the Navajo Nation, that you give them that right here today. Colleagues, thank you for your time. I know that we are out of time at this time, but I do have two other agents who are on the line, and as we start to answer questions, I'd be happy to call upon my agents to introduce themselves. Again, 0139-23 is before you at this time, and I'm asking for your favorable vote for this legislation. Thank you. I yield for questions.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Eugene R. Charles Newton, for your presentation. Colleagues, we do have a motion and a second in place, and I'm going to go to the floor for comments and questions. First in queue, we have Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the Naabik'Iyati Committee, the guests that are here, guests who are listening, Madam Chair, Eugene Charles Newton, the legislation, Dahnin Sozi, 0139-23. I'm not going to debate this issue. The reason being is that as delegates, we're caught in the middle. We have some of our constituents supporting this legislation and some of our constituents not supporting this legislation. And a lot has to probably not supporting this legislation is on their belief. And we had to support that too. I have to respect that. So again, as leaders, we're caught in the middle to make this decision, a very sensitive decision. And I think Navajo, I believe in rights. I believe in what we have to do is listen to our constituents. So with that, I'd like to request also, let's say, council, and I believe this will, where we're at today, this will have to go back to the Navajo people to decide. And when we say it goes back to the Navajo people to decide, it will be done through referendum. And as you know, our chapter elections are coming up in 2024, and we want to make sure that we have a good number of people to decide on this issue. Again, during the regular chapter election, we have a lot of our people coming out to vote for their chapter officers, our candidates. And I think it's a good opportunity for people to decide on this proposed legislation to be a question to the people. So with that, I'd like to have, let's say, council draft up legislation to be placed as a referendum, and hopefully this does go before the council next week. Hopefully there's a possibility we can do a substitute motion, and that's what I'm being upfront, being transparent, Madam Chair. I'm being upfront. I'm not doing this behind Delegate Damon's back or your back. I'm just being upfront that this might be done as a substitute motion on this right here. So the people can decide on this legislation that's before the council. And I believe that we are caught in the middle as delegates to make that decision, and we have supporting this legislation and the opposite of legislation. And I think it's time for the people to decide on this. It needs to be, as you stated, Madam Chair, it's time to make that decision, which route we're going to take. And I think the people will have to make that decision, and that's what I believe. So with that, I don't need a response, but I'd just like to have legislative council draft of legislation where this can be considered as a referendum, as a question on a referendum at the next next year's election for chapter officer, which will be in November 2024. Madam Chair, thank you, and Madam Speaker, thank you, and members of Naabik'Iyati, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. Colleagues, I'm going to refer that question, I believe it was directly given to Office of Legal Counsel for clarification on what was questioned on substitute motion and also referendum. Ms. Barbara? And then I will go back to the sponsor. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you. Hi. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Simpson. As Delegate Simpson and I have discussed, referendum legislation is very complex and challenging to draft. You have to get the referendum question very precise, and you have to work with the election office. So this is just to point out in advance, it's complex, but as I stated to Delegate Simpson, we will attempt to draft substitute legislation for council. Hopefully we can get the complexities worked out, but it is not a floor amendment we can do today. Absolutely, absolutely not. So I think that covers a response to Delegate Simpson. Back to you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. I don't see anybody else in queue, so I'm going to go back to the co-sponsor, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you, Delegate Simpson, for being very upfront. And I understand that. I understand that this legislation, it is controversial. You shouldn't, I mean, it shouldn't be, but it is. Because as you stated, we have constituents who are pulling us, both ways, saying, vote for it. Some are saying don't vote for it. We are seeing comments that are being posted by 4 churches, members of 4 churches that have provided those comments. So I understand, I guess, the request, and I appreciate the request. However, I will say that this 9 Navajo Nation Code Section 2C was a decision that was made by council. It wasn't a decision made by the people. So it should be council that should be doing the vote to decide whether this is something that we want to recognize or that we want to pass. I think as delegates, we need to be transparent in where we stand on issues because it reflects in our votes. So on the one hand, I do agree that we should give it to the people to decide. On the other hand, I also believe that it was Navajo Nation Council that chose to pass 9 Navajo Nation Code Section 2C without consulting the people. And so we should be standing to make that decision today. So I as co-sponsor, and I can't speak for the sponsor of the legislation, as co-sponsor, there's a lot of things that I'm worried about if it does go to referendum, as was already stated by our Chief Legislative Counsel, that it's complex and it's challenging because we have to get the question right. During the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the debate came up of the way that the language was stated when it came to gaming. And today, that's still an argument that it was confusing. We still have many of our Navajo people who are finding out that we no longer as council have discretionary funds. And I've asked many of you on many occasions, how many of you guys still get questions about discretionary funds? We all do, because our people still believe that we as council delegates have individual discretionary funds. They don't remember ever voting for it in 2009 or 2010. So the referendum is an option. However, at this time, since this is a legislation that was already decided, this is a law in the code that was already decided by council, I see fit that we continue to move forward and have a legislation that does the same thing. So perhaps we can vote on it today and put it up for a referendum question. Because if we got it wrong, the people will tell us either way. So at this time, Speaker, that is my response to the request for a referendum. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, for your responses. I'm going to recognize Vice Chair Slater, followed by Honorable Ricky Nez. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton, and thank you, Delegate Seth Damon, for bringing this legislation before us. I applaud you for your leadership and your bravery in bringing something that is unfortunately contentious within this body and within the nation right now. And I support this legislation, and I really appreciate Delegate Charles Newton raising the issue about going to a referendum or some sort of plebiscite, that we didn't do that in the first place, so why are we enforcing it the second time around? And I think when you look at the dynamics of prejudice, when you look at the dynamics of minority rights, that there's always going to be an extra step enforced upon minorities in order to exercise their rights, in order to obtain full rights within a government or within a society. And that's, I think, what we're seeing here today and what we've seen in a lot of the discourse coming out of the 24th and into this council. And I'm fearful that if it goes to a plebiscite, if it goes to a referendum, that we're going to not have the high-minded, disciplined debate that we are oftentimes capable of having within this chamber. And instead, while it's good to respect the power of the people and it's good to respect that way of legislating, because ultimately the people hold power, that we will see nastiness, we'll see prejudice, we'll see a denigration of our own people and pitting ourselves against each other, and it won't contribute to a positive consideration a careful deliberation, a compassionate understanding of the very real issues that our LGBTQ relatives experience before the Navajo government. Our Navajo government discriminates because we don't have this law in place that rescinds this section of the code and authorizes the rights that Delegate Charles Newton explained earlier. So we are actively discriminating by not having those property rights, those other rights that were explained earlier. I hope that today we think about this issue not just from our culture, our values, or our religion, or what we think is going to make the most amount of people happy who would potentially vote for us. But rather we think about how are we constructing a Navajo government and a Navajo society, and I'm purposely using the word Navajo here, that treats all citizens equally and makes sure that they have equal access to services and rights before the government, which is not the case right now. We do not have that sort of equal society. And I'd like to underscore, as someone who comes from two traditions that in their strictest sense do not support gay marriage, do not support gay relationships, that we can set our individual religious or cultural convictions aside to make sure that we know how to live and work with one another within this society. We cannot enforce our personal values upon another person, and that's not what is taking place with this legislation. No one is going to be compelled to perform any type of ceremony to recognize someone else's relationship. It's about the relationships between the individuals and the couples and the Navajo Nation government. This is about fairness and justice before the government. It's not about our personal feelings on these types of marriage contracts, relationships, or ceremonies that are very important to me personally. Navajo marriage ceremony, on the other side of my family, a Jewish marriage ceremony. I know what that tension feels like personally, but I personally believe that we have to have that color blindness, or whatever we want to call it, when it comes to treating our citizens fairly and equally. To me, this is also a public health issue. When you look at the data, and if you remember the debate back from the 24th, I shared a lot of it. Young LGBTQ relatives have suicidal ideation at rates way in excess of our other young people. And when you talk to them and you hear about, well, what are the anxieties, what are the potential contributing factors to that very sad reality in a lot of their minds, you hear stories of not being accepted within our society, within our government, and not feeling like they have a place within the Four Sacred Mountains, and in particular within the Navajo Reservation. Yet these are the places that they grew up in, that they have a cultural, familial, maybe religious affiliation and affinity toward. And as a government, we're not affirming their right to be here. We're not affirming the right of older generations and younger generations to build a future here. And we need every single Navajo to contribute to this nation, to feel like they can be a part of it, that their voice could be heard, that they won't be discriminated if they choose to participate in government. So I want us to recognize that there's a very real effect on the health and the healthcare system of the Navajo Nation through these laws. We should not be passing laws, we should not be holding up laws that promote helplessness or despair among our people. We should be passing laws and we should be developing a society that is accepting and open of differences, and that we're not all going to have the same opinion on how we conduct our lives. But we need to balance that with each other and be respectful to one another and be colorblind before the law. So there's public health, there's the rights of the people before the government, but ultimately, I want us to signal through this council, no matter how this bill moves forward, out of Nabi and into fall session, that we love all of our citizens and that we care about them. So I appreciate the delegates being respectful in this discourse right now, but that's all I'll share for now, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Damon, and thank you, Delegate Charles Newton.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. And next we will go to Honorable Ricky Nez.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Council, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. The reason I took it off the consent agenda was I didn't want to vote green and think that I support this legislation when I don't support this legislation. And the reason I don't support this legislation is it's not that I hate people or anything. People have to respect my religion as well and my way of life. I'm a God-fearing person. Digen benasted. Den digen ye te any holonigi benina yaha a kotishnido le ligido shapohonet zara. Ako I understand that this legislation is going to come before the full council to consider as well. But also, if you look at the legislation, there's only 6 people that are in favor that commented. Where's everybody? If they truly want to be in favor of this, where's their comments? And there's about 216 people that oppose this legislation, which tells me that perhaps this legislation should be approved by the people of the great Navajo Nation. Therefore, if the people speak and say yes and get kodano, then to me, that would make sense to me as well as to how our people are in favor or not when it goes to the people to vote on this issue. It is a very sensitive issue. You know, we have our religious beliefs that we don't want to violate as well. So ere kwagishitis aro hot abansus keisha and late the neheki bichne holiado iridon through a referendum vote. Are igisipohodne latari nigon he a 24 yet latadi no da hashit and arosa dotadi no da ado be la zlen o khashit a ti de beshma san hide ya be la so zlen nan hit et nedo le. So perhaps each chapter needs to support either oppose or support this legislation. But I would recommend that we take this before the people for a referendum vote. So thank you and God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you, Honorable Nez, for your comments. I didn't hear particularly any questions to the co-sponsor, so I'm going to recognize who is next in queue. We have Honorable Shauna Ann Plough.
Thank you, Shadeja. And I just want to offer a little bit of history regarding this legislation. This legislation did come about the 24th Navajo Nation Council under Honorable Delegate Eugene So. So Delegate So was a representative of Chinle, and when my predecessor was leaving his office, he did request that the delegates in the 25th pick up the work where he left off. So I want to acknowledge the work of Delegate Eugene So for working with Miss Dr. Danette Deal. And then I just want to say thank you to Dr. Danette Deal for being the agent for this legislation. And then also thank you to Speaker Damon for working with Delegate Eugene So. And I did see the announcement when the signing was occurring. I believe it was during Pride Week. But I just wanted to educate our students since they are sitting in the gallery there, and just for them to understand that there were delegates prior to us, and this did come before the 24th. And as was mentioned, this legislation expired, and so it was picked up by the 25th members here, our sponsor and co-sponsor, and so that's where this is coming before. But one of the main things that Delegate Eugene So always spoke upon was the warriors that served. And he always expressed that when they enlist into the various armed services, that it didn't matter if they were same-sex, if they had same-sex marriages, but they were there defending the country. And so his stance was always that they should be afforded the same rights that they are protecting and preserving here within our country. So I just wanted to share that with our young people today, and then also those that are listening online. And I know that when my predecessor did make that request for me to continue the work, I did approach a Human Rights Commission. And so the commissioner, Dr. Danette Deal, was the one that spoke and also stated that she has done extensive research on it. And I'm glad that she was able to share that today. So I just wanted to share that history, and then also just acknowledge the work of Delegate Eugene So for bringing this before the council. And I do believe that his work is being continued. So with that, Speaker, I will go ahead and yield the floor to you.
Thank you, Honorable Plough, for your comments. And next I will go to Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Oh, Shade, Chair Crystalline Curley, auto to my colleagues here, auto to the sponsor as well as the co-sponsor, Shanae, Honorable Damon, auto Kudo Shadin Lini, Honorable Charles Newton. So this legislation, I was also following it under the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and it's an important legislation, and She bansis keso ya alsa the net anitle. Ado bella la edo ni hoka the ne alsa anitle. Ko antle de what ya tazi ni hamasan ni che. Ko den do nahastando yatilhilte what. And we recognize ourselves as five-fingered beings, as children of earth and sky father. And so does not discriminate, because that's first and foremost. And when I think about this legislation, when I think about the potential of referendum, and just the ideas that are going around, I think about the work that I started many years ago while as an undergrad at the University of New Mexico. And since then, a lot of the work that I've done is to protect and preserve and to have equal rights for all Dene. And we hear that oftentimes on behalf of the Navajo people, on behalf of the Dene people. It should be all Dene people. Not because you appear a certain way, or you look this way, or you act this way, or you dress this way. This is and this legislation is also to give and recognize their place in society, their contributions to our government, their contributions to our families, to our resources, and many of our LGBTQ plus relatives are working tirelessly and effortlessly across the Navajo Nation and abroad. And we have many in the military. I have gay friends in the military. We have many who are serving in different capacities who face challenges. We have enterprises that are not allowing our trans relatives to use specific restrooms or embarrassing them because they have to use those restrooms. We have children and students who have suicidal ideation. We have relatives that we've put away and that we've buried who should have seen this pass and who should have seen this government stand behind them and to recognize them and to value them and to revere them. Because historically, where was the discrimination in our culture? Where was this discrimination in our language? We don't have a word for discrimination. Navajo is powerful because we are complementary. We come in pairs or more, and that's what makes us stronger. And yes, there are a lot of these comments that are opposing it, and many of them come from one specific area. And for me, I know some of these comments. They're educators. They are teaching our kids, and you feel that discrimination in these comments. Whether we act today or not, whether we pass it, we're still allowing our children to go into classrooms where they feel this way. Our job in the classroom is not to pasteurize. Our job is not to pasteurize. I respect all religions because faith gives us a good foundation to do the things that we do, to give us a sense of direction. So that I have no issue with. But to be able to send our children and our employees and our relatives who refuse to come back to Navajo Nation because their government, their people, those that they've elected are not behind them. And so this legislation gives us that opportunity to show our people all over the world that we are behind them. We see equality and equal rights for all. And when I co-founded Dene Pride back in 2017, one of the main reasons I did that was because our children face those types of discrimination at home. Many are kicked out. Many are in the streets. Many of them have took their own life. And it's because we continue to allow we continue to do what we can on our end to prevent it, and this is one measure that I think is heading into the right direction. And so some of these comments, of course, they're that reflection. And for our body here, for those listening, please protect our children. Despite how they appear, despite what they look like, despite anything. Because that's what promulgated my work in this field. And my dissertation as well was also on gay male leaders of the Navajo Nation. And so there's a lot that have been contributed back to our people, to our government, to our functions, our operations, from one of the most strong and revered relatives that we have across the Navajo Nation. And so I believe in fairness, I believe in justice, I believe in equality, and I just very caution all to continue to see it in that way for all of our relatives across Navajo. And so I wanted to make some of those highlights and some of those comments. And thank you again to the sponsor, co-sponsor, my colleagues here. Before colonization, before enculturation, that was our function as a society.
Thank you, Dr. Andy Nez. Just a reminder for our audience here, so please keep applause and continue to keep the decorum here in the chambers. And we will next go to Honorable Yanito.
Yate Ashahalade Sadahos Ado Kodo sponsor in Lagishima Eugenia Charles Newton Did Ani Ya I see Yego Alch Sad Hidil Khaligi Nihichinina Don Lego Ani Bilakana that a wall in low. It has a kitty quins little. The quite a nebenas of a kai in here the nen he did ne. Ani a lash like neatly. Oh, I don't call a he saw the Zendon he now got a lot. A tea home been dashed on that in the Janago ebe dashlish traditin alienigi ebe no sel ebe inna chian that is also it's ado nant to e harida als konle not agid zalsko traditin butterflies that e yenant I don't add hummingbirds that Anita. Zanot Intle Yachinot Achinaz La in his citizen with Halan he later this legislation. Once it's a case or Alkin he Jinal. Did oh you the nan hada isn't. I don't the decon need a opposing it or opposition though. Just within 5 days, that's how much the accumulation of result came out. I don't share yet as a new council. I didn't vote on this on the last council in the past with other legislators. Shedik in the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Out of the Nedo Yusha Isnel. And I like to see all this, a record of a public hearing that's been take place across 110 chapters. Jot ay bahazan ako o yugo ya nihilnisan. This doesn't pertain to churches, no. Shema. But everything that's under here is all under oath as how the marriage takes place. It goes back to the religion. E aji nahuil jish. Ako di the common law marriage the ningita. There's a lot of accusations, like through divorce that anida. You hear a lot of these criminal activity going on across the whole United States, 50 state United States. Kwagido, Navajo Nation, todo yunel kineja. For a lot of reason. But there's no enforcement out there to really oversee a lot of these criminal activities. On the, safe marriage, it's really scary that, we've gone through a lot of different kind of disease. Disease behind that. And that we haven't resolved a lot of these issues yet. I don't know how everybody agrees to this. With this same-sex marriage, I know that they're going to do adoption in the Bansanane case. When you adopt a child, they're going to get criticized again. They got to go through a lot of medical awareness again. These hatreds at Ningi, it's not going to stop. Later, those adults over there, they're having the wars over there. Just compare that to here. Who's going to enforce the peace here? Aronda dire nahaga ningi ani e bahane halong lady a whole jiza ya alsa there's not nande ade anna hazli or e kuj bil khasi na anahont no kado inda ya ande started exposed everywhere akodi khad tinda hil so ningi ya the never nahagat but I don't know say that out yasin does a hitati it also sadil zinde what ne san shmadi ni yata shit khadi ni alchanazla did also alchanazla eolia sa anagay bike hojon elchsla olia jot ya edide hojon's been antin yag you had hardly the halno ad lena ad the hallani to eot andantin to edat ndabde kidsto halet ayan sakhisla to that enoda you go she abnar to kili del indeed didan hide yak at the 25th Navajo Nation Council belanda sit leon ben hanes nad da haj da ikego the nan hada is in leje dan nido le jo khwagi ibnina a jo the nebachi wanalia go ya teto le to ben ikiyalti to het ya nozi jo ban siziki so kodo Andy Yahatzi, the statistic is coming from educators. No Yahatzi, Jot Aban, so that's the case. So, like, I never heard any kind of this kind of legislation before. This is the first time I'm experiencing. I don't the Aban Suzuki, so it seems like there's a lot of leadership that's involved in this issue. There's a lot of people working out there in their working society. They don't even know what's going on with all this politics. The only time that you really get to know and see the politics is when you're part of the elected official. What even in the public hearing, the so anshi late net haida the don nish. Hait ayan sa kiso lately. Did ani ya alkin jehigi. This is what it is, this is what it looks like, and this is what it sounds like. Shewat ada yado kodot bahasit or lately, and then with the referendum, I think I'm in favor of referendum and public hearing. Kodo ani ya na kin longo danil, because we're elected official and we like to get re-voted too. Ade na nil na holds. So you know, it seems like our hands are tied here. Awa kwage ba hasido lecho ya di kwa na haga nen git karatin dahil so sige jo kwa de ya passion khale do lelan so do betet it had nind. You know, there's you know, it'll be nice if there's no hatred and no animosity and so forth, but this is going to create a lot of tension on personal issues.
Yeah, Honorable Yanito for your comments. I don't see anyone else in queue, so I'm going to return the floor back to the co-sponsor, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments and the recommendations. I apologize. They have pineapple in the break room, and I'm allergic to pineapple. So it really affects my voice, so I apologize. I've asked not to serve pineapple, but pineapple is in there, so just bear with me. I appreciate the comments that have been made about this legislation. And as I stated at the very beginning, we know that this legislation is going to be controversial. We know that as leaders, we have our people who are looking at us and they are waiting for us to decide how we're going to vote on this legislation. But there's going to be many, many controversial issues that are going to come before us. Many of us are going to take our personal beliefs and vote using our personal beliefs. Many of us are going to be voting based on data and statistics. Many of us are going to be voting the way that our constituents tell us to vote. But what I'm asking you today is to vote for what is right. And right now, we know that those who are in same-sex marriages are not being treated equally. I would be remiss as chairwoman of Law and Order Committee if I did not recognize the injustice that the people are facing right now because we don't recognize their rights under a marriage contract, under a contract that was created. I'm reading through some of the comments that have been made regarding this legislation. One comment in particular says marriage is about procreation. I cannot have any more children. I was blessed with one son. I was blessed. And like my brother, Delegate Rick Nez said, you know, I'm a God-fearing woman. I fear God too. I fear that God can give it and he can take it at any time. And so when we're talking about what is marriage, what does it mean, we're going to get a lot of opinion on what it means to us individually, what it means to us in the way that we were taught. If marriage is about procreation, then by that standard, I shouldn't be married because I can't have kids. There was another comment that those who believe in same marriage are wicked people. Another comment that marriage is about reproducing. Another comment that us women were created from Adam's rib. We're mixing religion, tradition, and culture with a legal document This legislation is a legal document. Within the legislation, it states what those rights are. I stated it at the very beginning, and I will state it again. Under Title IX, Domestic Relations, if you look at page 6 of 11 of the legislation, Section 4, under Chapter 1, Marriage, Section 4, it states methods of contracting marriage. It is a contract that recognizes the rights that are associated with that contract. When you go buy a car, you sign a contract. You say, I'm going to be the responsible party of this vehicle. I will make payments. If I don't make payments, creditor, these are your rights. And these are my rights as long as I make those payments. That is a contract. If you look at Black's Law Dictionary, which is the dictionary that attorneys use and legislators use in drafting legislation, you'll notice that marriage is defined in Black's Law Dictionary because it is simply a contract between two individuals that recognizes the rights of those individuals. So putting aside the religious arguments, putting aside the traditional arguments, and focusing on what the legislation states, it is a law that recognizes the rights between two individuals who love each other. And yes, you know, there are a lot of comments that are made to this legislation, but there's also an online petition right now where there are over 1,800 people who support this legislation. So if we're going to compare comments to, you know, the comments that are being made on the petition, we have 200 comments who are saying no. We have over 1,800 that are saying yes. I also know that some of these comments that have been put in legislations in the past have been comments that have been made against us as individual legislators, as individual delegates. And not once during those times when those comments were made against us did we ever recognize such comments. So I appreciate the comments that are being made, many of which are just one sentence: I oppose this legislation. A majority of which are going back to the Bible and making those religious arguments. Many of them talk about the recognition of what our elders teach us. You know what my elders taught me? Is that love is love. That when somebody loves you, you accept it wholeheartedly and you grow from love. And as a mother, when a child is growing inside of us, that is the first thing that a person is taught, is that love. Because we connect with our child. We love them from the instant that we know that they are inside of us. So I appreciate the comments that are being made at this time regarding this legislation. And I think at this point, we all know how we're going to vote. We already know whether we're going to vote green or red. We know whether that vote is going to be based on, again, our religious convictions, if they're going to be based on our constituents pressuring us. If I lose my re-election because of this legislation, at least I know that I'm going out trying to do the right thing. And that right thing right now as chairwoman of Law and Order Committee is to recognize that there is an injustice that's happening against our own people, that we as delegates, as the governing body of this Navajo Nation, that we put into practice, that we put into law. And yes, sometimes doing the right thing isn't always the most popular, But I just always feel like I would rather be on the right side of history than not to say anything at all. And that is why I co-sponsored this legislation. That is why when Delegate Eugene So brought it forward, I was also a co-sponsor on that legislation as well. And I appreciate Delegate Eugene So. I've met with him. We've talked about this legislation. He told me the reasons why he wrote the legislation. I supported it then and I support it now. Because at the end of the day, this recognition is the right. It's recognizing a contract that is created between two people, which outlines Title 9, Domestic Relations, Chapter 3, Property Rights and Liability. How property will be separated in the event there is a divorce or a separation. Liability of debts, Section 203. Section 204, it talks about the exclusive control of separate property. Section 205 talks about community property. Section 207 talks about personal property. Section 208 talks about the liability of community debts. Section 210 is removed because it has within this legislation the power of wife to contract debts. Ladies, this part of the law is still in our code. And I will read it to you. The wife may contract debts for necessaries for herself and her children upon the credit of her husband. That part alone, to me, sounds a little sexist. That we as women can't enter into contracts to create our own debt, and that we need our children to enter into contracts to create debt under the credit of our husband. And yet every single one of us here in this council chamber has at one time or another encouraged our young women to be anything that they want, to reach for the stars. And I don't believe any one of us said you have to have a husband and that's the only way that you can create debt. So this does more than recognizing the rights of those who enter into a same-sex marriage. It's also recognizing the right of women. And the last section, 210, it's an action to collect debt, order of execution. Not anywhere in this legislation does it say that your church has to believe in these rights. Not anywhere in this legislation does it state that you have to believe in these rights. This legislation is simply saying that we recognize the rights between those who enter into a marriage contract who are of the same sex. So I appreciate the comments that are being made and those that are being made using the Bible. I really appreciate that, because in all honesty, I have never read the Bible. I was raised traditionally. I was raised with corn pollen. That's the way that I was raised. And I know that I've had people come forward to me and call me names as a result of that, and that's okay. I still pray for them, and I still believe that love is love. Regardless of who you are, how old you are, who you're marrying, or who you love, love is love. And as a mother, I want to encourage all of our children to live that way of life, to recognize that love is love. We can't control ourselves sometimes. Sometimes for some of us, we grow into that love. Sometimes for some of us, we grow out of that love. Sometimes for some of us, it might be love at first sight. Sometimes for some of us, it may not be love at first sight. But in the end, I would rather be in a world where we recognize that love and the rights of individual trumps everything else. So again, I appreciate everyone making comments about this legislation. I appreciate, the comment again made about the safety that's not afforded to our LGBTQI community. And again, as chairwoman of Law and Order Committee, I would be remiss. I mean, I don't know how I would not be able to co-sponsor this legislation if it means that some of those rights that are currently afforded under the law would be able to extend to our people who are within the same, who are of the same sex, who are in a marriage. And then I'm going to leave you with this. As a Navajo Nation, we often ask questions about how come that jurisdiction doesn't recognize our laws? How come the state doesn't recognize the laws of the Navajo Nation? That law that says that we should have that recognition among sovereigns extends to us as well. We have the federal government and the state government who have made decisions regarding this issue, and I understand and I appreciate the argument of sovereignty. However, I'd like to remind this council that we're not recognizing that law. So it's difficult for us to argue that our law should be recognized off the Navajo Nation for our people when we can't even recognize the laws that are off the Navajo Nation extending into our nation for our people. I'm going to go ahead and at this time ask if my agent, Dr. Danette Dell, has anything to add at this time.
Dr. Danette Dell, if you are still online with us through Zoom. Dr. Danette Dell? Chair Regina Charles Newton, I'll return the floor back to you.
Thank you, Speaker. At this time, I do yield for more questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Regina Charles Newton. Next in queue, we have Honorable George Toll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ato Nat Ani Nitlenige, 25th Navajo Nation Council, Roshima. Ato Ade Legislation Nil Sozigi. Ako Kona Naabik'Iyati. Halit Ato Huinzendo, Halit A Yahe. Juniti, no Hodona Hasit Hatla. Ako Obansus Keso, Yahe. Let's give it back to the community. Ado referendum at all. Ishi donan tlajun attorney tajilla ishi land ocean hardest jolly. Eko yahe do tabel kat atar lis. They don't heal hit our conholes. So I would recommend within 30 days work session and decide which way we're gonna go. 8 dish kilkodo table dashlis motion to table within 30 days. Have a work session if we're going to do referendum, or we can have the chapter official to weigh in on this proposed legislation. Madam Chair, what about this motion to table within 30 days? Have a work session. Thank you.
Goshi Honorable Toth, there is a motion to table within Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 18, tabling motion. It states a tabling motion shall take precedence over all other motions. A tabling motion shall be second. A tabling motion is not subject to debate. So it is a majority vote of committee members casting a vote. So there is a specific timeline, and it is here on the board. Motion to table legislation 0139-23 to hold a Naabik'Iyati work session within 30 days. Ashkwat Shiche, Honorable Toll on the board. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Ricky Nez. We do have a motion and a second. Again, a tabling motion is not subject to debate. So colleagues, I'm going to go to the drawing board. 2 minutes on the board for the tabling motion. Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. And for the record, we do have 3 excused absences: Chair Parrish, Chair Jesus, and Honorable Daniels. We have 1 minute on the board. Less than 18 seconds on the board. Honorable Seth Damon. A colleague that does capture the full vote here from the floor. We have a vote of 13 in favor, 6 opposed, with chair not voting on the tabling motion. Thank you, colleagues, and we will carry forward with our agenda. Honorable Crotty.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Can the council and the public be provided the resolution on page 4 of 11, Nabi S-50-19, supporting the U.S. Congress, Senate Bill 788.
Sorry, Honorable Crotty, we will turn back your mic.
Thank you. So if I could get, it's on page 4 of 11, line 3 and 4. I have the votes, but if I could get, so I know who voted in favor of it, if I could just get that resolution would be great.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Crotty, that is noted. Colleagues, we will move forward with our agenda here. Honorable James, do you want to do the Request to speak by Honorable Chair Regina Charles Newton.
Thank you, colleagues, for entertaining this legislation, and I look forward to seeing your vote at council.
Thank you, Chair Regina Charles Newton. Colleagues, we will move forth with our agenda. We have F legislation 0212-23, primary sponsor Honorable Yanito. Going once for primary sponsor, there is no co-sponsor. Going twice. Third call for Honorable Curtis Yanito. Okay, we're going to move forth with our agenda, colleagues. Letter G, legislation 0217-23. Oh, we have already called it, colleagues, so we're just going to keep going. Legislation 0217-23, primary sponsor Honorable Otto So. He is here in the chambers. Ms. Johnson, could you help us read the title into the record, and we can recognize a motion and a second.
Madam Chair, members of Naabik'Iyati Committee, this is item G, legislation 0217-23, an action relating to the Naabik'Iyati Committee confirming the appointment of Derek Watchman to the Nomination Gaming Enterprises Board of Directors for a 4-year term. Prime sponsor is Honorable Otto So, and co-sponsor is Honorable Brenda Jesus, and additional co-sponsor is Honorable Norman Begay. The Naabik'Iyati Committee is final authority per Nomination Council Standing Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that reading, Ms. Johnson. We are at legislation number 0222-23. No, I'm sorry. 0217-23. The legislation has been read into the record. Can I get a motion and a second for this to hear this legislation? Motion made by Delegate Danny Simpson. Can I get a second? Second made by Delegate Stephen Arvizo. So with that, committee members, we do have legislation 0217-23 that has been read into record. Motion made by Delegate Danny Simpson, second by Delegate Stephen Arvizo. Are there any questions to this legislation? If there are no questions, we will proceed to vote. Question? We do have a question. So with that, we'll go ahead and give 20 minutes to the sponsor at this time to present his legislation. Speaker Otto So, you can have as many agents as you need to help answer the questions, to help present your legislation. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you to present your legislation. Speaker Otto So.
Thank you very much. Pro Temp Speaker, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, there's a dash out of 23 ko ebik ko abes ani ko ni date so ni yel ti de ko that the President of the Navajo Nation has made a recommendation to appoint a member of a board member to the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise Board of Directors for a 4-year term. And President Bunigran, aja basala, ade kokobehas anik, ade yikahol ito, ade yan nihich, ade natsos ilni, de abikadishni. The process pertaining to the appointment of the board has gone through, and the president of the Navajo Nation has recommended a person, and this person is Mr. Derek Watchman. As Exhibit A, the president of the Navajo Nation, has President Boo Nigran, regarding official appointment to the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise Board of Directors. Dear Mr. Watchman, I'm pleased to appoint you to the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise Board of Directors. I am confident you have the background and experience and education to represent the interests of this administration on the Board of Directors. This appointment is subjected to confirmation of the Naabik'Iyati Committee. I appreciate your desire to serve the Navajo Nation and the Navajo people. If there's any questions, please contact me. Adonda sincerely kaila yiji kaila in hinanta. This again, this appointment has been made by the President of the Navajo Nation. Exhibit B, a letter of interest. As Exhibit B, the Exhibit C, a nashiko. Doon da nan aj bedadet dashin so nan shi lai what bananas ako what ho jisho ade what na tos bedas do adon da bananas adon da aj is Exhibit D so aj dashin so so temporary tribal gaming license, a gaming facilitator operation, bananas that is a requirement for individuals to be in those positions. I don't the nen lenigi a bananas onana as Exhibit D. Documents that are in place is has been recommended from the Office of the President. Today, my agent is not here, but I believe he was indicating that he's going to be on via telephone, Zoom. Last week, Naabik'Iyati committee, he came, or 2 weeks ago, he came, but we didn't have quorum. But today, to university site kon shiti je ben hon bin ye kon hatse wilji aj ol khabniya ako ot di de sabe tanahdi ahiki kodo ni tare sos ako kodo pashnate ego nihinant President of the Navajo Nation Boo Nigran has requested to appoint Mr. Derek Watchman into this position. And also, there is an amendment that is required for this. And I would really like for the support of the one of my fellow members to make that amendment. And that amendment is available. Mr. Derek Watchman, are you online on Zoom?
I am here, Delegate, so go ahead.
Thank you. I would like for you to allow the rest of the time to Mr. Derek Watchman to complete the presentation. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Speaker Otto So. Mr. Watchman, you have 13 minutes. The time is yours.
Madam Pro Tem Chair, and Honorable Chairman So, Derek Watchman, Ice King Schlen, Tohana Bashichin, Cutness Nidesh, Shay Auto, Tavanshanella, Navajo, New Mexico, Dana Shah, and Auto Citrus Hill Group. I'm a consultant, and I have been for 6 years. First of all, thank you for giving me this time. I appreciate the Naabik'Iyati Committee for this confirmation proceeding. Also, I want to extend my appreciation to President Dr. Bunagar for the appointment. Many of you know me, but I'm originally from Navajo, New Mexico. That's where I grew up. I have years of experience as a gaming professional. I was a gaming banker with Chase Bank. I had the opportunity of running the Navajo Nation gaming enterprise. I'm also a professional banker. If you look at my resume, which is in the attachment, I have over 15 years of a banker. I was chief of staff for 2 presidents. And one thing that I'm honored to do is to be asked by the president to sit on the board, to guide and help the board and the gaming enterprise move forward. I was responsible for the building of the 4 casinos, and I was happy that when we got all of them open, we were able to create roughly 2,000 jobs at that point. Gaming is one of the enterprises that the nation has, and to me, it's a way to diversify the revenues and the jobs that the Navajo Nation has. And so gaming obviously is challenged. There's many things that have impacted gaming. COVID, for example, limited job creation, the advent of other tribes with gaming, iGaming, sports gaming, all those other things. So to me, the gaming enterprise, and as a board member, we're going to have to carefully look at how to proceed and how to grow the Navajo Nation gaming enterprise to be an enterprise that provides great jobs, and an enterprise that provides revenues for the Navajo government. The Navajo government, as I see it, will be challenged and will need more revenues down the road. So I appreciate the opportunity. I do have a business background. I got my master's degree in business, and so I've been a business individual for 35 years. So I look forward to working not only with the gaming boards and the gaming management, but with members of the Navajo Nation, the 25th Navajo Nation Council, because it's, in my opinion, we all have to have a plan of economic growth and prosperity. And as one of the nation's enterprises, I think it's incumbent upon us to work together so that we can achieve revenues, jobs, and economic growth. So that's my short presentation. So I'm open for questions. So I can have Honorable Chairman So and interim, Pro Tem Chair, Madam Chair. So I can have, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watchman. Co-sponsor, Honorable So, you still have approximately 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me time, to the remaining time. But could all addition all on his bahas and the Office of the President of the Navajo Nation. Akoko pego Tite Shanant Liniki, Mr. Derek Watchman, Khayla Behzani, Ajab, no. So I serve on Resources and Development Committee. We are oversight over the tribal enterprises. So I took the initiative to go ahead and step forth, and at the same time, Vice Chair Johnson is my co-sponsor also, and my other co-sponsor Miranda Jesus, Chairwoman of Navajo, or Resources Development Committee. Ako, di de ate bes ani liench. Ako, bika ya ade pislati kado, kode hitate liench nanta. Di de do go do be ya hitate ya nilsos. Ado bashneit go. It's going to require an amendment. The amendment is ready. And also, I would like to request for that amendment to be entertained. Yeah, no, and that's all I have at this time, Madam Speaker, and that's it. I'm going to turn the time back over to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable So. Waives the rest of his time for comments and questions. Colleagues, I'm going to go down the line for requests to speak. First, we have Honorable Azeret.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although, fellow delegates, thank you for being here today. Although Shinantai, Mr. So, thanks for the presentation. Those staff, all day today, I got one major question, and I'd like to know. Basically, it's really either for you or Mr. Watchman. He was the CEO of gambling, and I think a lot of us know about that he was the CEO, and when it came to renewing his contract, he was refused. I'd like to know why that happened, and now he's being recommended to be on the board. Can you elaborate on that?
Thank you, Honorable Azeret. There was a question, so I'm going to refer back to the sponsor, Honorable So.
Just to indicate that, yes, Mr. Derek Watchman served as the CEO for the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise at one point, and the CEO position is a position that is at the mercy of the board. If the board decides not to renew a CEO, it's to the board's discretion. So as an example, NECA, when the general manager left, they knew that they seeked out a new general manager, and in that place, and that's how they select their general manager. And them, so all CEOs are at the discretion of the board. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the time over to Mr. Watchman to elaborate on that, because right now that question is pertaining to the CEO position. But this appointment from the Navajo Nation president is to the board position. Mr. Watchman?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, Mr. So, and Madam Speaker, and to the question from Delegate Lazarat. My contract ended, and the board decided that they want to take a different direction regarding the planning and design of the Navajo Nation gaming enterprise. And so I was in the position for almost 9 years, and for me that was a good run. If you look at what happens in Indian country, generally a CEO of most gaming enterprises lasts for only a couple of years. And so I was very fortunate to be able to be hired as the interim CEO and fulfill my plan, and that was to build 4 casinos and then decide from there how to move forward. And so the gaming board at that time decided that they wanted to look for additional directions, and as you can see with the gentleman that took over, they added additional programs. So my contract ended and I moved on. So thank you. I appreciate the question.
Thank you, Mr. Watchman, for your response. Next in queue, we have Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the Naabik'Iyati Committee, Mr. Watchman. Yeah, it's good to see you. Even through Zoom. Mr. Brother, Mr. So. Yeah, for sponsor this legislation. Also, the guests are still here. Also, guests that are listening. Madam Chair, I do have two questions for Mr. Watchman, and from his response, I'd like to make some comments from his response. Mr. Watchman, my first question is, what is the purpose of the gaming board? I mean, what is their authority? And I'd like to hear that from you. And also the second question, I want you to give me the definition of micromanagement. And once, Madam Chair, once Mr. Watchman answers the question, I'd like to respond back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. Going to refer to Mr. Watchman on those two questions that were raised by Honorable Simpson. Mr. Watchman?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Delegate Simpson. The two questions, I'll respond in this way. One, the purpose of a board, as you can tell with the rest of the Navajo Nation gaming enterprises, they are managed by a board. And in this case, the board of directors for the Navajo Nation gaming enterprise is to provide guidance. They're the ones that are responsible for making final decisions on waivers of sovereign immunity, approval of contract, the approval of the rules, regulations, and guidance. And so just like the other enterprises, there's a management board, governing board, and they're the ones that are responsible for the overall direction, operation of the enterprise or authority. And then that work is conducted through either a CEO, a general manager, or a director. And so in line with how the nation has put together its enterprises, each enterprise is governed and managed by a board of directors or commission. Now, with regard to micromanagement, that's always a challenge. I know that the primary purpose, as I see it for me, as potentially the new director for the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, is to offer guidance, my professional experience, and to help guide with my colleagues, guide and offer assistance, in this case, the CEO, the Chief Operating Officer, the Chief Executive Officer, I'm sorry. And so I do believe that micromanagement is not in the best interest of any business. And so if you look at how the structure is, the board approves and authorizes the direction, the vision, and the mission, and then the CEO carries that out through, I'm hoping, annual business plans and annual directions. And so goal setting and setting direction, that's the key mission of a board. And then it's up to the management team, including the CEO, to execute those goals and objectives. And so that way you don't run afoul with micromanagement and get into detail. A board, as I function, as I operate over the years, should not be involved with the day-to-day activities. If you do that, then it just runs into all kinds of challenges. So I believe that micromanagement is not the best thing to do. I don't do that. And the other issue is maintaining the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watchman, for your question. And Honorable Simpson did ask to do a follow-up question. So, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the Naabik'Iyati, Mr. Soka, brother. Thank you for your response, Mr. Watchman. If you do get confirmed by Naabik'Iyati committee here today, and what you stated on my two questions, on your response on my two questions, I would like to make sure you convey what you stated today to your colleagues on the board. Because as a delegate, I hear a lot of statements that are being made on micromanagement by our enterprises, enterprises on the boards. And I'd like to make sure that what you stated is conveyed to the board of the gaming enterprise. And once you state that during your maybe first meeting or second meeting, I'd like to see the minutes that you stated that, what you stated today before the Naabik'Iyati on the board's purpose and micromanagement. Management. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. Colleagues, are there any questions or additional comments or questions? I didn't hear a follow-up question. We have new in queue, Honorable Yanito.
Ya nanat eo ya kudo shadina ani chama, Honorable Speaker Curley. I have a question for Derek Watchman. You know, it sounds like you have experience in gaming enterprise here. Even nache kudo peso the nen nache del kitle lego hashina shago e hashinela peso na isnel for from the people, even from the Veterans Fund. What's the balance that you pay back to the Navajo people? 8,000, you know, because you will be, we're going to affirm you as an appointee here. 8,000. I want to ask you that question. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Yanito. I'm going to refer back to the sponsor here, Honorable So.
Before I turn the over to Mr. Derek Watchman, just as a general information to Mr. Yanito Shanale, that information will be provided by the CEO that that information should be coming from the CEO, indicating what is the yearly annual revenue. Adon da Naabik'Iyati beso iho bakat dashjaigi batsaje e konahot da nishbini yahigi e beso batsaje ado batah kenana dahnanas niliki ya koje hos doje khahot zoje to yo toje khahot zoje aj na jonsh belkhaz anigi belgadet anigi edigi dashin tsago peso e nsahata wiso bchel ado anda e ajo bchel yetzi hiki e ya kwa dashin tsago e ya ahataz ahiki e ya bchel konanal akoho. To the last information that that I recollect from the gaming CEO, that majority of the dollars that's in the profit margin is sent back to the permanent trust fund. Jo e bahal na igitin na added New York, the permanent trust funds, it's an investment the Navajo Nation did to infuse that investment into Navajo Gaming Enterprise. So the Navajo Office of the Navajo Controller's Office, a controller, the controller will send that amount over back to the back into the permanent trust fund as interest payment. But these payments that Navajo Gaming Enterprise makes, it's based off of what the amateurization rates are and the length. There's a minimum amount that they pay. So the Office of the Controller is one of the mechanisms that makes sure that they pay that fee each year and they send it in. So it's paid back with principal and interest. And I believe the last payment that is going to be made is about 2052. Konzago ko ya nakakapik ni ilahigi hot e paasto ako nakakapik Shinto na yi ledo baka ke interest ki na yi le ako and then Mr. Watchman, if you can expand on the how the structure was set up pertaining to the repayment for the gaming loan that happened over the course of the years, and you being the former CEO also, you may have some insights on additional insights that I didn't cover. So, Mr. Watchman?
Thank you, Chairman So, Madam Speaker, and to Delegate Benito. The way the gaming enterprise was able to grow, well, first, the nation, Wall Street and others, and because Navajo did not have a new casino, this was back in 2006, 7, and 8, because Navajo was just starting on its gaming plan, the financial community was a little bit skeptical and hesitant because any new casino in any country is always a challenge. And so Wall Street basically said, we're not interested. So in order to build a program and to move forward with the Navajo Nation Council and the people's vote to authorize gaming, the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise set up an investment, a loan with the Navajo Nation. So there's a loan that's in place. And the source of the funds was from the Permanent Trust Fund. And so the Permanent Trust Fund, and I'm not privy to the information these days, but the Permanent Trust Fund does have buckets of money. So the Permanent Trust Fund has several accounts. And so when the loan was put together, it was roughly 120 million. 120 million was invested in the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, and it was funded from each of these buckets or each of these accounts. And so I'm not privy as to the status of it, but being a former financial person, I think making sure that you live up to the loan agreement, that's always in the best interest of any business. And so I'll make sure that the gaming enterprise is doing that. And so, but I do know, just hearing that COVID certainly challenged all the businesses and challenge the revenue generation of the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. I haven't seen information just by stopping by that performance is improving to such where the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise obviously can fulfill its obligations. And so I do know that the nation invested in gaming so that gaming could accomplish the building of 4 properties, building or hiring 2,000 employees. So when you look at the last 10.5 years, the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise has provided millions of dollars in interest revenue, which has gone back into the permit trust fund, has created sales taxes, hotel taxes, has created a couple $1 million a year in the business site leasing fees. And so I'm not sure what the totals are today, but it is significant. And Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise has provided a significant economic engine on the Navajo Nation. But at this point, I know that COVID did strain operation, and they're moving forward with plans, from my understanding. And I know that a couple of years ago, the Navajo Nation and the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise ventured into sports betting. So I'm hoping that those plans will materialize. Because at the end of the day, because of location, the biggest opportunity for the gaming enterprise is to create jobs, create sales taxes, create revenue, and to pay back the loan to the Permanent Trust Fund. And so if I get confirmed today, I'll certainly go back and update myself on the financial performance of the gaming enterprise. And obviously that's the fundamental job of the board, is to make sure that we live up to all of our obligations. So yeah, for the question, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watchman, for your response. Colleagues, are there any other additional comments or questions? This is on the main motion. We have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, and then followed by Vice Chair Yazzie.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Speaker Otto So, for this legislation. There was an email that was sent out regarding an amendment that does need to be made. The amendment specifically is for the position of the board that Mr. Watchman is to fill. The letter that was presented by President Nygren didn't specify the position. So the amendment has been requested. So at this time, Speaker, I would like to motion for amendment number 1 to legislation number 0217-23. And I believe that email has been sent out along with the amendment language. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. There is a motion on the floor for amendment number 1. So, Ms. Johnson, could you help us read amendment number 1 into the record? And then I will recognize a second.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Naabik'Iyati Committee. Amendment 1, page 1, line 14, insert additional language as follows. New language underline to fill the gaming management or gaming operations experience position and underline. 2, page 1, line 28, insert a new paragraph B as follows. Pursuant to 5 NNC section 1707D, comma, new language, composition, at least one member shall be a certified public accountant. At least one member shall possess a Juris Doctorate. At least 2 members shall have a preference of 12 years executive level management, minimum of 7 years experience in mid-level gaming management or gaming operations, and at least 5 members be enrolled members of the Nahua Nation and new language. 3, page 2, line 17, insert additional language as follows. E, Mr. Watchman possesses the qualifications to be a Nahua Nation Gaming Enterprise board member, new language, underline, and will fill one of the positions required by 5 NNC section 1707D that states, quote, at least 2 members shall have a preference of 12 years executive level management, minimum of 7 years experience in mid-level gaming management or gaming operations, and new language. 4, page 2, line 24, insert additional language as follows. Directors for a 4-year term beginning at the certification of this resolution, new language underline, and will fill the position of one of the members who have executive level gaming management or gaming operations experience. And new language. 5, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the Council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee or council amendment language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for reading amendment number 1 to the record. Colleagues, do we have a second? Second by Honorable Norman Begay. Colleagues, do we have any comments or question on amendment number 1? Now, second call. Third call. We will go for a vote. 2 minutes on the board for amendment number 1. Less than 50 seconds on the board. Uh, For the record, we do have 5 excused absences. We have Chair Parrish, Chair Jesus, Honorable Daniels, Honorable Riquinez, and Honorable Crotty. Honorable Slater, Honorable Seth Damon. Colleagues, that gets the full vote here on the floor. We have 16 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. So amendment number 1 carries. Colleagues, we are back on the main motion. We do have a motion and a second in place. We will move forward with a request to speak. We have Vice Chair Yazzie.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you to everybody for being here and for bringing this legislation. My question is for Derek Watchman. I have 2 questions. My first one is, if you're confirmed for the next 4 years as a board of director, how will you make sure that gaming pays its loans back to the permanent trust fund? That's my first question. Second, if gaming is able or not able to make, well, I guess if gaming is not able to make profits, and what is your position on turning these facilities into healthcare centers, veteran centers, nursing homes, traditional healing centers? Those are my questions. Thank you.
So we do have those 2 questions raised by Vice Chair Yazzie. Before I go back to the sponsor, we have Honorable Toth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ado Shiche, Mr. Honorable So. Knowing the person you recommend, Mr. Watchman. I have some issue. I go to Twin Arrow and I ask question. I even go to Northern Edge. Then I go to Fire Rock for a purpose. Don't need my money. So some of the issue that I talk to the employees, some of these employees, they live in, for instance, at Twin Arrow, I asked them how they should, they'll say from Ganado, Indian Wells, Akko, how does she run? Where do you live? Do you have to travel? Well, it takes 2 hours to get here, down there. And then at Far Rock, I talked to the staff there. How's your job? They're the staff. If you're late for work 1 minute, they let you go, write you up. Chair, Mr. Watchman, and your administration, how are you going to handle that? Because these people that work for you, work for these casinos, makes you look good, generate money. But you should, consider they're a human being too. So a couple, well, I don't know how many times I went to Twin Arrows, housekeeping done lenigito, staff cook the done linear. Are you making money out of this? We're barely done. And here we give more money to these board members and directors, and they don't think about the employees. That's what's going on. Somehow that he's going to work on it, or mention to the administration The other issue that I have also, when I check with, there's a number on that front door. If you gaming they bandin zao, if you want help, that's 1-888-800 numbers. It's Navajo Nation. And I found out that goes to outside. So the money goes out. If somebody wants to get assistance from this number, they call Border Town. Why can't we have our own system? Ako if addiction they shenigi, but ayo advocate no. If they call this number, it goes outside. It doesn't come with an insight to help our people. So what outside world is making money out of this numbers that's posted right there? Why can't we have our own? One time I asked them, see if we can get statistic how many people, but they haven't provided that information. So Mr. Watchman, how are you going to handle that? How are you going to assist your workers, your administration, and all this policy that's in place? Because these people are, they're getting minimum wage. I see. They travel, they have no housing. Outside world, Border Town, like 20 euro. Where do you get an apartment? Probably Flagstaff, but the apartment's too high. If in Gallup, yes, but again, it's going up to the apartment hotels. We abusing our kids, just like us here. I don't know if these staff are getting overtime when we keep them after hours. So, I always say I'm for the workers. They're the key people, make us look good. So we should consider giving some raise and they'll come and work for you. So I advocate for the workers, janitors, housekeeping, cashier, whatever job that they have at these casinos. This is a real issue that I see. A real issue that I see. My understanding too, there's some machine that was donated to Arizona. I don't know if it's still going. How much is are we making profit out of it? Back in 1995, there was some machine that was given out to other tribe. Are we getting any money from them? Might be on the left side, so I just wanted to know, and so I can say Mr. Watchman's going to do increase your pay to at the casino. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Toth, for your questions. So I refer those questions to the sponsor here, Honorable So, and also Mr. Watchman.
So, yeah, kodo na kit kodo Honorable Yazi and Honorable Toth. Say adit Jumasan Miss Yazi, Honorable Yazi. He just Mr. Watchman can elaborate on it also, but the controller of the Navajo Nation makes sure that payments are made every year back to the permanent trust fund. If there's an issue of repayment, as an example of what happened during COVID, the controller of the Navajo Nation is authorized to do and work with an alternative route to offset the payment. They do have that into their contract of the lease or the loan. Also, the gaming facility there has been turned into trust utilizing the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act, and that land has certain stipulations that allow that to happen, because if gaming at one point can't pay the lease fees or make a profit, there's another avenue there that the Land Commission has to address. It's just not to the Navajo Nation. With the land taken to trust there, the lease funding that it generates goes into a fund called the Net Relocated Trust Fund, into the principal. And that principal, beneficiaries, it's by statute that there's beneficiaries that those dollars they have to benefit. But at this time, that policy, the trust fund is established, but the manual that speaks to the creation of the application and how the certification and how individuals will access those payments, that dialogue is going on between the Navajo Nation, Navajo Hopi Land Commission Office and Office of Navajo Hopi Indian Relocation at this time, until such time that they are completed with that negotiation of the manual. It will be brought forth back to the Land Commission Office, will bring that document back to the Navajo Nation, and then bring it over to the oversight there. But moving on to Honorable Toth, the employee issues, whether it's at Twin Arrows, Fire Rocks, Northern Edge, I guess that's a management and a CEO responsibility. What I would do, I would recommend is that when the gaming, we have a interim gaming CEO, and I believe he should be coming to council at some point. And those issues pertaining to employment, housing, and things like that, in gaming enterprises, is the CEO dealing with the employees, management. This is like here with the Navajo Nation employees. If there's issues at employment, they bring in the division director from DPM to address those issues. Like the tardiness and people are being released, and the gaming the addiction hotline, who and what and why. I believe that's a question to the CEO, interim CEO at this time. The machine leases, the Navajo Nation leases additional slot machines that's allocated to the nation to tribes that have facilities. Lease slot payments or leases, and in return, when these tribes makes their payment, it goes into the Navajo Nation general funds. But that dollar, those monies generated off the lease payment If I can remember correctly, it's about $8 million it brings in. And those dollars is pretty much utilized at the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office, the into a proprietary account. So when these payments are made from the, man, I should be the CEO, huh? When the tribe makes those payments, it goes into a proprietary account, a separate account. Aja peso bisanilo, aja no tinko. Ani kung peso chitad nit budget 2024 fiscal year Navajo Nation comprehensive budget. Bi kon pa peso nasto. Ako aja na ajong because anje koje Fire Rock, those Twin Arrows, those Northern Edge, and Flowing Water Casino. Aje anado ajat and laate. Hala ito de behes ani bibikesti iki the state compact behes ani bikesti o bikeben anestesi. Ade anado ajat ya ahwich 24/7 hodlo. Ako khayda that kwaad dot go arola na atlo dan na yihte na ajon jo hata khata khatites in ado anda ade Washington de ade sa hata hoisote ko lopez ani National Indian Gaming Regulation ade lopez ani dahallon. We have to be in compliance with those laws from the national level and at the state level to make sure that these gaming facilities are in compliance. And it's federal law that we have to be in compliance, and it's mandated by Congress. Ade de peso bayan ki ajo hintation and ako pego go hotan chen do. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Watchman to see if I miss anything pertaining to the questions. Thank you.
Mr. Watchman, your responses to the questions?
Go ahead. Madam Speaker, Honorable Honorable Yazi, and Honorable Polk. There's a lot of questions here. I'll get to the first two, and about the loan obligation and then the use of the facilities. Gaming is a business, and so, when you have a loan obligation, what I look at and what I will work in concert with my board, and it won't just be me, but it will be myself and my colleagues on the board. And the issue is going to be, how do we improve the business model? And so that means, to me, we have to figure out how to increase the revenues. How do we improve the slot performance? How do we improve the hotel? How do we improve the food and beverage? And so how can we expand the business so that we can get more revenues? At the same time, we have to manage the expenses and the costs. And so when you deduct your expenses from your revenue, that's what's left over, and that's what's used to pay the loan obligations and other obligations. And so I'm not privy at this point to the financial picture of gaming, and so I do know that perhaps there's some issues with the ability to pay the loan. And so for me, what I would do, and I would encourage my colleagues to do, is we've got to go back and look at the financial performance and look at our business plan. We have to improve the business, and we have to control expenses so that we meet all of the obligations of the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, including the loan back to the Navajo Nation. And so, but without the loan, I would say that if the nation did step up and provide a loan, which is an investment to me, to gaming, the whole operation would not be there today. And all the employees, all of our brothers and sisters, our family that work there, they wouldn't have jobs. And so gaming has done very well for the Navajo Nation economy. God forbid if if something were to happen, and what do you do with the facilities? I'm sure there's all kinds of options to look at, including health facilities or other uses of property that Honorable Yazi mentioned. And so, but fundamentally, the board member is responsible for improving and making sure that the gaming operations lives up to all of its obligations, including the loan. So, being a former banker, and I do have an MBA in finance and accounting, so I understand and will be able to help advise with my colleagues management. Now, getting back to is housing, morale, minimum wage, those things will come in time, but I truly believe in customer service. That was my motto when I was there. And you have to be customer friendly, not only to your guests that come into the property, but you have to have good customer service to your employees. And so I think by doing that, I think visit our property to say hello and say, we're part of the board. Thank you for your service. I know I do that with the 4 properties and the 1,100 employees that the Now Michigan Game has. I think that's very, very important. We have to recognize employees. I know that many of them are challenged because they have to travel many, many miles for lodging and for homes. And so I know that there's a housing initiative, and it'll probably behoove enterprise to see how the game enterprise can work with the nation on plans. And so affordable housing is always a challenge. How do you get the capital? How do you pay for it? And so I'll certainly look into that to see how we can come up with options so that our employees don't have to travel, from Tuba City to Twin Arrows or from Tohatchee to Northern Edge. Those are many, many miles, and that costs money. And so I will make a commitment that I'll work with my colleagues to see how we can address that. With the policies and procedures, to have policies and procedures, but I think if you deploy them in a good way, and if you recognize your employees, then you'll have a good, healthy working atmosphere. I've always prided myself being a good leader and a good CEO, and I work my best work with my colleagues on the board to make sure that we're an employer of choice and that we provide a decent wage and salary, and that we're many of the challenges that we have. I know perhaps sometimes we have a single mom who's late because they had challenges with a babysitter. We need to be human about that. So it's all in balance. And so, but the big thing for me is working with my colleagues on the board to guide management and the CEO on how to have a healthy, a very solid business-minded operation. So that at the end of the day, without a good atmosphere, things just don't work well. And so those are some of the things that I'll work at and work on as a member to the Now Nation Gaming Enterprise Board. So I appreciate the question.
Shahab, Mr. Watchman, for your responses, and also the sponsor. Colleagues, we have follow-up questions by Honorable Yanito.
Yanana Teo. I have a question for Mr. Derek Watchman. When we vote you in as an appointee for Naval Gaming, are you going to remove that sundial sand painting at Northern Edge? Didn't that hardly though you yasadalon. Latehon say one time, Janagoy the Babbitt I'd not knowing that Ika was there. These kind of sundial Ika, it affects women with pregnancy. Those even in they want that removed. Are you capable of removing that?
Aro tota Otlani Saturday go. You guys can go out in the eclipse and do all the forbidden. Eshin bin nasibahato zinto. So that needles in as Navajo. I just want to ask you that question. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Yanito. Could I refer that question to Mr. Watchman?
Madam Speaker and Honorable Benito, I'm not aware of that particular issue and challenge, but being a part of the building of the Nomination Gaming Enterprises and the 4 facilities, we try to use and incorporate the net ways and culture practices. And so I'll certainly look at the issue, and yes, we do need to. I believe, we're all Navajo, and for me, it's a responsibility of myself and my family, and my hypothesis that we follow the Navajo ways. And so I'll do my best to work with my colleagues to address the issues that you're talking about at Northern Edge. I think it's responsible for us, since the Navajo Nation owns the properties, and since we're here for the Navajo people, we certainly have to respect, what we all practice. And so, things like the sundial, the eclipse that's coming up, we certainly need to recognize that. And so I'll do my best, Honorable Benito, to work with my colleagues to guide and advise management to be respectful of our ways and our practices. So I can't have another question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watchman, for your responses. Colleagues, do we have any additional comments or question? I don't see anybody else in queue. Second call. Third call. Ms. Johnson, could you help us do our second reading, and then we will go for a vote.
Amendment 1, page 1, line 14, insert additional language as follows. New language underscore to fill the gaming management or gaming operations experience position, and underscore 2, page 1, line 28, insert a new paragraph B as follows. Pursuant to 5 NNC section 1707D, comma, new language, quote, composition, period, at least one member shall be a certified public accountant, at least one member shall possess a Juris Doctorate, at least 2 members shall have a preference of 12 years executive level management, minimum of 7 years experience in middle level gaming management or gaming operations, and at least 5 members be enrolled members of the Navajo Nation, end quotation, in new language. 3, page 2, line 17, insert additional language as follows. E, Mr. Watchman possesses the qualifications to be a Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise Board member, new language, underscore, and will fill one of the positions required by 5 NNC section 1707D that states, quotes, at least 2 members shall have a preference of 12 years executive level management, minimum of 7 years experience in mid-level gaming management or gaming operations, in new language. 4, page 2, line 24, insert additional language as follows. Directors for a 4-year term beginning at the certification of this resolution, new language, underscore, and will fill the position of one of the members who have executive level gaming management or gaming operations experience, and in new language. 5, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee or council amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for that second reading. Colleagues, we will go to a main vote, 2 minutes on the board. Honorable So vote screen. Less than 1 minute on the board. Twenty seconds. Vice Chair Slater. Honorable Seth Damon. The votes are locked in, colleagues. We have a vote of 14 in favor and 2 opposed, with chair not voting. So the main motion carries. Honorable colleagues, we are on new business letter H, legislation 022-23. So I'm the primary sponsor, so if one of my chairs could help me be pro temp chair. Shiaj, Honorable James, could you help me?
Yate, good afternoon. Okay, so with that, Shatsui, if you can read legislation number 0222-23 into the record.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. Item H, legislation 0222-23, an action relating to Naabik'Iyati Committee, confirming the appointment of Mr. Marcus Dinette-Dale to serve on the Navajo Housing Authority Board of Commissioners to fill the 6 NNC Section 606B position of the construction management or engineering or business management or equivalent field experience with background in Indian housing or federal housing. The prime sponsor is Honorable Crystalline Curley and co-sponsored by Honorable Brenda Jesus. Naabik'Iyati Committee is the final authority per Legislative Council Standing Rules of Order, Rule 9. Now legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Chair Pro Tem. I'm sorry. Chair Pro Tem.
Okay. Motion, do second. Ishi kodota be dosnato be case of zenishi do this honorable toth. Second by Honorable Unito. Hot ILK na aj do litla. Ado kodo nalsos be do kedigi sa nalsos be da naudit ahin hanil sozi to iya iko nihista akon katagahigi Honorable Crystalline Curley. Ako ado nana kodo anidyeje ako Mr. Marcus Dinette-Dale to iya besh behen na igi ada ishi east an le ako do la yahna adil kinda do la biji isto hada to ako to legislation number 0222-23. Going twice, going 3 times, no questions. We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Go to the board. 10 seconds left, committee members. Lock in the vote. With that, we do have 14 in favor, 0 nays, and with that, we do have 4 excused and 5 members not voting. Is that how I see it? Is that right? Okay. So with that, legislation passes with 14 in favor, 0 opposed, and pro tem speaker not voting. We do have 5 excused members, council delegates. Hotela, thank you.
We have Chair Vince James for chairing. We have a request to speak. We have Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and committee members. Speaker, I would like to request to be excused at this time. Speaker, the New Mexico Council delegates are meeting with our state representatives and senators tomorrow regarding our New Mexico projects and the funding that New Mexico is trying to pull back from the nation. So we'll be out advocating to try to keep those funds within our New Mexico chapters. And I just noticed that there are 13 delegates who voted this last time around. I believe it's at 13. So I'm a little bit afraid that if I leave now, I don't know if I'm gonna, I think I'm okay. I don't think I'll break quorum. But I know we also have other delegates from New Mexico who are also planning to leave as well, Speaker. So if you need me to stay, I'll stay. If not, I'd like to ask to be excused at this time.
Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, I can recognize for your excused absence. We believe we still have 15 here, including myself. So, all right, colleagues, we can keep going forward. I believe we are on legislation new business I, legislation 0230-23, primary sponsor, Kodo Shatila. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Ms. Johnson, could you help us read the title into the record, and then we can entertain a motion in a second.
Madam Chair, members of the Naabik'Iyati Committee, item I, legislation 0230-23, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee, the Resources and Development Committee, and the Naabik'Iyati Committee, amending Exhibit A to Resolution Number CJA-01-21 to change the sawmill chapter's 1-ton truck purchase to other equipment. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Andy Nez. There's a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee dated October 10 with a due pass and no amendment. The committee report dated October 11 from the with a due pass and no amendment from the Resources and Development Committee. Naabik'Iyati is final authority. Per Nomination Council Standing Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, do we have a motion by Honorable Simpson? Do we have a second? Second by Honorable Vince James. Colleagues, do we have any comments or question on this legislation? We do. Okay, we will put you in queue. And so we're going to give the floor over to Honorable Dr. Andy Nez for your presentation.
Chair Curley, all of my colleagues out there, So this legislation, so is legislation 0230-23, and this is just a purchase from pre-existing CSN under number CJA 01-21 from Sawmill Chapter's one-ton truck purchase to other equipment. The other equipment are ATV, UTV, and a gooseneck. When we get significant snow in our community of Sawmill, many of our rural communities such as White Clay, Beale Park, Deer Springs area are highly affected. So this purchase would just remove the one-ton truck purchase and utilize that towards an ATV, UTV, as well as a gooseneck to help our community when we start to prepare and also initiate our command there in Sawmill to assist our community members and our residents. Mr. Foster, he is the president of their Club C. So he's also very adamant as well as supportive of this time around when we start to prepare for the summer. So, or excuse me, the winter. So that's what this legislation does, colleagues. Thank you. I yield the floor back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andinez. We do have in queue Chair Vince James.
Okay, thank you, Speaker and members of the committee. Naabik'Iyati, do shat kahasito, kodo amendment liniki, email adalia selene ishi kodo motion isletoli. Thank you.
We have a motion for amendment number 1 on the floor. Ms. Johnson, can you read that amendment into the record, and then we can recognize a second?
Madam Chair, members of the Naabik'Iyati Committee, the amendment came in 2 separate Word documents, which we'll be combining. So Amendment 1 on page 1 at line 12, add the following new language before the word amending. New language and the Navajo Nation Council, semicolon, amending. 2 on page 1 at line 29, add the following new paragraph D. New language D, the Navajo Nation Council is the governing body of the Navajo Nation. 2 NNC section 102A. As such, the council may approve appropriations from the Navajo Nation CHSN fund or amendments to council approved allocations from the CHSN funds. And new language 3 on page 3 at line 8, insert the following new section. New language section 4 directives. The Office of Management and Budget, the Office of the Controller, and the Division of Community Development, as well as other Navajo Nation offices, departments, programs, etc., involved in this legislation shall work promptly and diligently to ensure that the Navajo Nation's procurement process is followed and all other required and appropriate actions are taken so that the approved funds are made available and the purchases of the vehicles/equipment for the Sawmill chapter are completed before the December 31st, 2023 deadline. And new language 4, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and any other amendments. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, is there a second? Second by Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Colleagues, are there any questions on amendment number 1? Second call. Third call. 2 minutes on the board to vote for amendment number 1. For the record, we do also have Honorable Crotty, who is excused, and also Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Azeret, Vice Chair Johnson, Honorable Damon, Honorable So, Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Less than 40 seconds left. All right, less than 10 seconds left. Right, locking in votes. Colleagues, we have a vote of 12 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting on amendment number 1. Colleagues, we are back on our main motion. Are there any other additional comments or questions? Second call. Third call. Ms. Johnson, can you do our second reading, and then we will go to a vote.
Amendment 1, on page 1 at line 12, add the following new language before the word amending. New language, and the Navajo Nation Council, semicolon, and new language amending. 2, on page 1 at line 29, add the following new paragraph D. New language D, the Navajo Nation Council is the governing body of the Navajo Nation. 2, NNC section 102A. As such, the council may provide appropriations from the Navajo Nation CHSN Fund or amendments to council-approved allocations from the CHSN Fund. And new language, 3, on page 3 at line 8, insert the following new section. New language, section 4, directives. The Office of Management and Budget, the Office of the Controller, and the Division of Community Development, as well as other Navajo Nation offices, departments, programs, etc. involved in this legislation, shall work promptly and diligently to ensure that the Navajo Nation's procurement process is followed and all other required and appropriate actions are taken so that the approved funds are made available and the purchases of the vehicle/equipment for the sawmill chapter are completed before the December 31, 2023 deadline. End of new language. 4, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for that second reading. Colleagues, we're going to go into a vote. 2 minutes on the board. Honorable Dr. Andy Naz, vote screen. Vice Chair Johnson, Honorable Azeret, Honorable Damon, Honorable So, Honorable Yazzie. Colleagues, we do have the vote here within the floor. We have 12 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. Main motion carries forward. And this legislation does move to Navajo Nation Council. In queue, we have Honorable Yanito.
Thank you for the floor, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to suspend the floor rule to add my legislation 0212-23. Salaha o Shizla Le Puerto Rico data. I was greeting those guys, and then you guys, I guess you guys removed that from the floor. Can we entertain my legislation?
Thank you, Honorable Yanito. There's a motion on the floor. Just for the record, I did call 3 times for the no sponsor, so it just went to the next one. Roshiasho, it wasn't. So we'll just do that clarification. And there's a motion on the floor, colleagues, for suspension of floor rules to add, to bring back legislation 0212-23. And within our standing committee rules of order, Rule 20, suspension of floor rules, it does say, A, these rules shall be suspended only by a majority vote of the committee members casting a vote. So it'll be requiring a majority vote here within the of the councils present today or on the floor. So we do have a motion that's updated here on the board, colleagues. Do we have a second? Second by Honorable Nathan Nota. Colleagues, in our standing committee rules of order, you can provide comments or questions on the motion. Are there any? No, that would be in council. In council, it would need a 16 vote. In Naabik'Iyati, it's just a majority vote, colleagues. I don't see any other questions or comments on the motion. Go to a vote. 2 minutes on the board. Thirty seconds left on the board. Vice Chair Johnson, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, Honorable Azeret, Honorable Damon, Honorable Yazi. Colleagues, that is the full vote here on the floor. It's a vote of 12 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting, so the motion carries. So that would be and we will go next to legislation 0212-23, primary sponsor, Honorable Yanito. Ms. Johnson, could you help us read the title into the record?
Madam Chair, members of the Naabik'Iyati Committee, item F, legislation 0212-23, an action relating to the Naabik'Iyati Committee appointing the Naabik'Iyati Committee representatives to the Naabik'Iyati Committee Title II Reform Subcommittee. Prime sponsor is Honorable Curtis Yanito. This legislation is final authority at Naabik'Iyati Committee. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Chair.
Colleagues, we're going to do a roll call to see if we still have quorum. So if you're here within council chamber, press your roll call button so we know that you're in here. Honorable Nota, we are in the middle of a roll call to see if we do have quorum. All right, we have 13 here present in the council chamber, so we do have quorum. We also have, for the record, Honorable Norman Begay. So we read the legislation into the record. Colleagues, do we have a motion? Motion by Honorable So, second. Second by Honorable Simpson.